really.
Well, that's probably a good idea. That I actually go on websites. It's probably the best idea.
Any particular websites? Or?
It's a
Big
secret.
website.
As long as those secrets also include views, I don't mind.
Check out this stream for
Well,
21
obviously,
seconds ago.
it's Victor Triumph on Twitch.tv.
Thank you.
Can I
Like
just
and
say,
subscribe.
Twitch.tv, maybe I shouldn't say this because terms of service, but it's a really bad product and it gets worse every time I use it. Like all products in the current day and age.
I mean, fair.
Audio seems fine.
Thank you.
I went to resubscribe to Perry and Flax's stream the other day, and Prime subscription is now a little box you have to tick, hidden down under the number of other ugly, garish boxes in the subscribe button. I am paying you money! You're giving me this free subscription because I am paying you money, you fucks! When I'm trying to use the benefits of me paying you money, you're trying to get me to pay you more money.
They'd rather you paid them more money.
I know they
Yeah,
would. And
yeah.
fuck them for it, frankly. Hello, Siren.
Yes, indeed. Hello, Siren.
Hello.
I don't mind adverts. Adverts are necessary if you want to sell products. But I have bought your product. It's the reason I get angry at Netflix. It's the reason I get angry at Amazon Prime Video with like playing trailers at you that you can't avoid. I've bought your service.
Yes, but you've only bought one of them, Colin.
Yeah.
That is
Come
not
the
enough
revolution.
product. That's my line.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Okay. So we're starting strong. I see. This is it.
Are there terms of service issues against inciting class warfare?
I think so.
Which
Absolutely.
terms of
Disturbing,
service?
Absolutely.
I think just inciting anything in general.
What about fun? Can we incite fun?
No.
No.
It's not in any way.
That's like
No.
clause number one of
Yeah.
no-nos, to be honest. No fun on Twitch.
You're allowed to have nostalgia, or you can have large-breasted women sucking toy ears with microphones attached.
But those have to be
And
like
that's it.
your fun has to be homegrown. It can't be outsourced.
Prohibited content. It's not defamatory. The upper classes do deserve it.
Allegedly.
Threatening. Okay, this isn't a threat. This is a prediction. How's that?
But can you see how a prediction isn't inciting anything? You see, it's
Yeah,
just
exactly.
inciting something.
There we go.
See? Let me get you.
And my actual prediction is that capitalism will never end. It will simply find ways to devolve further. I don't think there will be a revolution. I don't think if there was a revolution, it would create anything better. I think we're all fucked. I think this is it.
I don't know. I feel like
It's a Che
capitalism-
Guevara t-shirted boot stomping in a human face forever. And that Che Guevara t-shirt came from Urban Outfitters and cost 30 quid.
So depressing.
So
Listen, I own like 15 Halloween
So-
t-shirts. I can't judge anyone else for being a consumer.
So welcome to Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity, session 111.
Hello.
It is indeed that time again where we attempt to play Starfinder. I am against
no,
all
I have
odds.
to disagree with Colin. I think capitalism will devolve into neo-tech feudalism.
So, I am Ryan, the GM. It is the 22nd of November, 2021, and here are the players.
Hello. I'm actually first this time.
You are.
Hello. I'm Nico. I'm playing Zora. Vice Captain.
Wait, what's the order now? Oh no, we've changed the order again.
Yeah.
I listen. I deliberately took a bullet here and made my name the only thing I could think of that started with a Z.
Anyway,
No,
I'm
you
Alex.
feel weird though.
Yeah, I'm Alex. I'll be playing Weird Android Mechanic. But seriously, like Elon Musk is pushing forward this idea that he's going to send you to Mars and then you can work off your debt on the other side, which is shit that they did in like the colonial era.
Oh yeah, it's
We-
conservative basically.
It's not that the history is like this directly upwards chain. I think we've hit the peak and now we're slowly going to devolve back.
That's where our intro is now, taking shots at Elon
I-
Musk.
I like the.
Is the man not full of holes already? Come on, Alex. Come
Not
on.
enough holes.
Wow.
Only metaphorical ones.
Okay.
My stance on Elon Musk is that I think the guy seems like a fucking prick. Anyway,
Yes. He would
But
have
other
his
than that, I
Twitter
really
followers make him a pyramid, and they would thank him for the opportunity.
I mean,
and-
fair.
that is like the basic of nation building, right? It always starts with the big monuments.
But we're going backwards to that step.
Listen,
Bring on the primordial suit.
what what Fukuyama didn't mention is at the end of history we start to rewind.
Mm-hmm.
We're heading towards the big crunch, but
That's
only
it.
in a sort of sociological sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I should probably intro.
Yeah.
I'm Colin. I will be playing Lyco Quint, and my politics are whoever that sticker belongs to.
Oh God, no.
So for
I've seen it.
the benefits of the chat, it's Palestine flag with Confederate flag.
Yeah. What? But anyway, I'm just moving swiftly on from
It's
that.
amazing.
Alex, did you even do an intro? I kind of stopped listening.
He did.
I got it out of the way really quickly so that I could
Right,
really
okay.
focus on what matters.
It's quite efficient.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does everybody else want to do Zig's intro? No. Perfect. Had to tick that off for the session.
Can I post a link? Because actually, I would sincerely like to push our friend Callum's stuff.
My
Oh, yeah.
stuff. Sure.
Callum, who is Zig for the benefits of chat, he's not here to introduce himself, but
But if you would, it'd be like this. Yeah, I'm Callum.
it would.
Yeah.
Callum may have betrayed us and abandoned us at our darkest hour, like the rat bastard he is, but we do love him.
Yeah, it is a sad side effect of getting to insult him. Is you kind of do tend to love
He
him
is
for it.
also, and I'm
Yep.
listen. I don't like to lay it on too thick because I know how uncomfortable it makes me feel when people compliment me. But
That's the
Callum
best
is
insult.
a very funny man and a very talented. Everything he tries.
Yeah, I'd say
I
so.
struggle,
So
I struggle
watch
to
his
think of him as a man, and
Yeah.
he's just fixed as a rat boy in my mind.
I feel like he'd enjoy that somehow. Like, I feel like, yeah.
God.
even when I see his human suit, I'm just like, well, that's probably just deep faked on top of the rat boy. But I do love him.
Oh dear. Yeah. I was gonna make a comment there, but it involved like referencing Wonder Woman, like 84, and I decided not to because I don't really want to reference that movie. So I'm glad I avoided that.
Okay.
So yeah. You know, like when she makes herself think she sees Trevor, but she doesn't.
I haven't seen it, and I probably
Well, that
won't.
part-
I liked the first one. I heard the second one was really bad. I don't want to watch a really bad film, so I haven't watched it.
Yeah. I
You
would-
watch all of the Halloween films.
Yeah.
Right.
I feel like you just got called out.
Firstly,
Well, let's rewind a bit. Let's rewind a bit,
Several of
Colin.
those
No,
films are-
Colin, don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. Alex, you know, Family Atomics
technically, the
are
bad
banned.
ones are interestingly bad.
Family
There's
Atomics are
something to
banned,
talk
Alex. You're not allowed to
In
use
part
nuclear
5
weapons against the family.
There's a bit where the two comedy police
Why would you
officers
do it?
come on, and they
This is far
actually
too
have
easy.
like a soundtrack, right? It's insane. It's not like you wouldn't see that in a real movie, but it happens. Anyway,
Did you see Boris Johnson's become a tanky?
So,
I mean, you know what? I think if he thought there was votes in it, he would.
so
He quoted Lenin
what do
in a
you
speech to the
remember
Business
from
Institute.
last time.
Who among us?
Sorry, yes.
Thought you were going to win this one, right?
Oh, I've made it this far.
What happened last time?
Yeah.
Let me
So
go
what
back and look in the
happened last
chat.
time?
See if I can remind myself.
We invaded. Not
Yeah,
Edward's
brain.
brain.
Brain Station. We were in the Brain Station. It was Absalom, but it was the memories of an Absalom in another world. the Starstone was not there. Instead, it was one of the eggs, the one we've called the Rad Egg, that in our world runs the city of Daza, that was powering it. We discovered that Query was head of Aspis rather than the sort of Edgar equivalent position, which instead was actually held by Weird in the form of Nyx, leading to some confusion. But you can sort of see where he was getting it from and where she was getting it from, because there's definitely a lot of sort of crossover. Like, he might not quite be Edgar, but he's very Edgar. It's very different. It's not just like a one-to-one. I talked about this at the end of the session. Like, it's the bad world and we're the good girl.
Oh no!
I'm slipping into a different thing.
Wrong streaming service.
Sorry. Wrong. Yeah, no. Dirty bitch. It's not like a binary good versus evil world thing. It's just a different world. Is what I'm trying to get at. It's very close, but not quite the same. And like the role of the Librian Urgulis is inverted in a sense, in that he's the leader of the Bone Sages, but he still seems to be trying to do the same thing, but he's going about it in a different order. Yeah, it's interesting. Some things seem to be very close, other things seem to be very far.
Yeah.
Or are they just very small?
It's hard to say.
Anything else you should remember?
I went to see a lady who is some form of doctor in the stewards, probably someone of very high rank, called
Dr. Helen?
Helene, not
Yep.
Halen.
Yep.
And talked a bit about Chekhov's condition, which is not good.
Yep.
It's unclear.
Been better.
Essentially, I've offered to try and do like the one thing I thought I could do, which is provide some sort of sample for her to test. So brow cells, she's still the only one, so that's going to be difficult. I may need to get, in fact, almost certainly for me to get it without just like shooting a drow, I will need to get Thanaida to agree. Which, also, she mentioned having written a book about the Grace, so I'm going to go and see if I can find a copy of that.
Yep. Excellent. Yeah.
And thus the players and characters become one.
The great singularity continues to form. So, yeah. What about the final hour gang?
I remember being grumpy at someone. I remember vibes rather than.
I feel like you're just like continually grumpy at Query.
Yeah.
But there's always a lot of Query grump.
Yeah, I think I was grumpy in his head.
Yeah.
We were sort of breaking his head open.
Yeah.
In a not evil way.
In like a morally ambiguous way, not evil. Yep, there was that. Does anybody remember what the end of the session was?
What at the end of the session?
Honestly, I'm struggling.
I'm struggling as well.
We got back from Brain World.
Yeah, and Weird, any thoughts?
No.
It's okay. You obviously picked up the what looks like kind of unconscious Query from the floor of the final hour. You then put him in the med bay. You did a scan and you realised that he seemed to have intermittent like brain activity.
Oh yeah, very akin to.
Yep, Chakos.
Boris.
No. So you'll notice not one single character in this game has been called Boris.
There you go. Sorry, I thought I would, for balance sake, insult somebody else.
Okay.
Politics. Also, I don't know why, I remember reading something Terry Goulton wrote years ago and just despising it so much that I decided to hate him forever.
Imagine
and
Boris Johnson watched this just because it like
what if
flagged up.
Boris Johnson, if you are watching this,
Just like yourself out.
Is it MI5 that does like the local stuff?
Maybe I don't know. Just a suggestion. Have better things you could be doing.
I think that's true. So
Resist urge to say something actionable.
yeah,
Hmm.
so especially if he is, because I mean we've got loads of NPCs you could pick up from. Like we've got a
Do
cool
not sue
arms dealer that you could play.
Mr. Fragments. Or litigate in any other way.
Yes, I invoke my
Your-
parliamentary privilege.
Is that the
Right to
dog?
dog.
Yeah,
Parliamentary. Yep.
I think the right to dog means something else, Colin. But okay.
Oh, I thought it was related to the right to bear arms. No.
No, as an
I think-
Englishman, we have few rights, but one of them is the right to dog.
Yeah, and I think bear arms can
Like down the
be part
commons,
of
yeah.
dogging, but yeah. Anyway,
What is it? If the English had to choose between voyeurism and food, they'd starve to death in your closet.
yeah, something like that.
I've never heard that one before. That's. Huh.
I think there's reasons you've never heard it before. You know,
It started in their closet. That is very good. I like that. I like that.
This creepy, repressed island.
I mean,
To be fair, some of my best friends are creepy and repressed.
and on an island.
They're usually private islands.
I mean, arguably most of your best friends are on an island.
A
Arguably,
creepy, repressed island.
Yep,
yeah.
I would agree.
Like,
In fact,
Well,
all of them are at present. So, as far
so,
as I know.
so back to this attempt at a game.
Sure.
Don't make me have taken all those painkillers and aura gel for nothing to make me get through this game. So let's try and get through it. That was my attempt, guys. That's it. That's all you're getting.
Yep.
Okay.
Come on, we'll carry it from here, Ryan.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I'll be here. Right. So on you go.
Okay.
Okay. I've been put on the spot.
So, should we
What
kill
was-
Hourglass?
Probably. He
Or should we?
says in head chat.
We're assuming we now need to go and take that.
I was going to go and
so
buy
it's
a
a shambles,
in
everything. It's a
character.
shambles. So we'll do goals,
Yeah.
guys. That's what we do every time.
Oh,
what's-
sorry.
Sorry, no, don't remember that.
Right. So let's deal with it. Like, go for it. Go. Goals.
Okay.
Goals. What are they?
I
Press my hand
haven't
and I
made.
get them, I guess.
Oh, I am next. Fuck! How did I forget that? It's not to go and get the book, but because that's probably a bit easy for a goal. It's to obtain a consent. So it should really be consensually obtained. Rather, obtain consensual drow sample / test DNA sample / You know what? I could reword that goal. I could word that better. I think I said I was
Yeah.
going to. I didn't.
Yeah. Feel free to though.
I will try.
I appreciate the doggo, Alex.
Thank you. There's another one back there.
No, just the one. I've only got enough appreciation for one of them. So
Oh, which
obviously I'm kidding. Unless you want to forego your appreciation and give it to the other doggo.
No.
Okay.
I love
well,
That's a slightly better wording. Consensually obtain drow DNA samples / test.
yeah. That's
Oh,
better.
hello. I was wondering why you were talking about dogs. Now you're on the
Yeah,
screen.
some doggos.
Those are dogs.
Yeah.
Very cute.
Does
I don't
that-
have dogs.
And you're holding Remy and Ruby's in the background. Is that correct?
Yep,
Cool.
that is correct. Now you can see why so much noise happens. Creepy. Okay.
There are a lot. My cat. I came and sat next. I didn't come and sit next to it. Actually, I specifically lay down on the floor directly next to it, and it just turned, looked at me, went ah, and walked away.
It's nothing personal, kid.
It's just like that's the level of affection you usually get from them.
Mhm.
Whereas
Your
I've
sto-
got these two.
Super affectionate.
Your story about the cat the last time on, was it the Wednesday game, about it just attempting to like open the door with its paw, just staring at its
God
paw,
bless him.
was so good.
Yeah, so I'd been talking about my druid being in cat form, like, and he acts slightly, in character when he does, and he'd been scratching at this wall door. My cat, it does know how to like paw open partially closed doors, and it has been able to open doors by jumping at them, but the door out the kitchen was just closed. And it just like reached at it as if to paw open, as if it could like catch it, but there was nothing to catch. So it just sort of pawed directly in front of the door. And then it just looked at its own paw for a minute, as if not understanding what hadn't worked. It was very endearing.
Oh dear. It was.
God bless him. He's called Kato. He's a very handsome boy. I don't have a good photo to share, but if I find one, I'll send it.
Yeah, pop it
probably
in the chat
don't.
when you can.
I was trying to take a photo of these two, but I decided just to live stream them.
Yeah, it was appreciated.
So,
doggos. Yes, but anyway, this game
is that
and goals. Weird. What's your goal?
I'm going to find an Alice.
Yep. Zig has some goal off in the universe and timeline somewhere. And then general goals. What are those, folks?
Triple H for Bob?
Sure. Nope, not
Throw
quite.
glass into trap.
That is actually one of them, basically. Unless Cindeo's helped bring Bone Sages into entire Ghost plans, probably still the go. I don't know how we actually feel about trade the torps.
Heavy
What was the
torpedoes.
H?
Heavy.
Heavy torpedoes. Okay, big.
As far as all the light torpedoes we have.
Yeah, the Q Bob, which is actually just pronounced Bob for gear. Hand query over and create multi-destination null space chambers for the crew.
The reason why you'd want to trade the torpedoes is if you want 6 million worth of spending money for
Yes,
stuff.
Yeah, which I sort of do.
Yeah.
I would like to put together a shopping list of about 7 million worth of things in the shopping list tab.
Mm.
I haven't figured out the practicalities of that yet.
That's fine. Like that's up for the whoever's in charge of the budget, which I don't actually know which one of you. I think Lyko was originally pegged as quartermaster long ago.
I think that was a bad idea.
I didn't necessarily disagree, but at the same time, I think because I remember you got access to like the funds quite early on.
I think it was Nix that had access to the accounts.
Was it? I feel like
Basically.
it
Was. I do remember that.
Yeah,
Actually.
Really?
it
I
was
thought
Nix.
that was-
Back in the day, Nix was the
I
responsible.
think I did
Wow.
get access
Back in the
quite
old days.
early.
Before his personality shift and everything shift.
is it like
I do think I got early access. I think I got access relatively early because I needed them for some specific payment, and I was like,
right?
"Boss, can I access these?"
Yeah, but that's what I'm
funds?" Thank you."
confusing then, because I definitely have in my brain original person trusted with because it would have been obviously Emmeline and Zora initially, and because we lost Emmeline, I assumed it went to Lyko, but that might just be the way I'm remembering it. It could easily have been Nix.
Nix has been the responsible one for a while.
I just feel like
Yeah.
Nix building bombs with or building that backpack with Zig is the reason why you'd have been not approved for it.
You're right.
You're
right. As soon as the conspiracy Craig device
Yeah.
appeared, I should have had the alarm bells ringing in my brain.
But I'd like to think that was Zig's influence on Nix.
Yeah.
Kind of slowly. But I don't think his full madness of what his plots get up to really would have been out there if it wasn't for Zig.
Okay, so what we're
Just
saying
Made for a
is
hilarious battle.
blaming
They
Zig.
made
It's okay,
I
we'll take that
am
off the bingo
hilarious
card.
battle.
Where's the bingo card?
I think it's in the other general chat, right?
Yeah,
Don't
yeah. She
remember what-
definitely did make a bingo card, didn't she?
What was the purpose of the conspiracy Craig device? I cannot
Hard
even
to
remember
say.
at this point.
It was. I think it was.
a tinfoil balloon backpack.
Yeah, it was a floating tinfoil balloon backpack that was. It was meant to detect
What have we hit thus
hidden
far?
things, I think.
I think we've hit like 3.
Actually, let's scroll back up to find it.
I
There we go,
think
I've
we've
got
hit
it.
Found
3
it.
thus far.
You should pin it.
I know. I'll do it just now. In fact,
I don't think the flirty thing's accurate, at least not for me. I can be quite complimentary at times, but I'm not really a flirty person unless I'm,
I don't know. I think you're really good. Go on.
I am, but that's more like an abstract.
I think we
Not
did.
good in any specific way.
I think we did tangent harder for the win first this week, and now we're just looking to do tangents. What the fuck as a follow up?
I feel like the dog and cat chat was a bit of a tangent. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's
it was
fine.
definitely
Everything else. was
Maybe
a tangent
pets
harder.
had to be added to this though, because pets that's
Yeah, that's
reasonable.
true.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I think we've done okay. We did manage, I think. Did we? I actually can't remember how long ago it was we did what happened last time. That we might have managed to start that in 10 minutes. Yeah. I don't know. We'll get there. It's fine. We'll get there. So,
We're through goals and it's still 20 to 8, man. We're ahead of schedule.
I mean,
It's fine.
sure.
Uh-huh.
Sure, that'll do. Anyway, in the scenes where we be, who wants to start? Where's a good opening? Who feels strongly about their opening? Like, what you up to? There's a good start.
Well, Lyko would just have woken up in a computer seat in the HQ.
Yep. With a
Is there a
coffee
call?
sat next to you. Yep.
hmm Yeah, I remember there's like a slightly cold, a chilling coffee, chilling, much like some of the better Halloween
I was
sequels.
gonna say you pick it up and it's the
And,
Halloween opening theme.
and yeah, I'd sort of take a swig of that, finish up whatever I was doing, which I can't really remember. Oh yeah, looking for the book.
Yeah, 'cause
So I
getting-
would look on space internet for the book.
Cool. Do me a computers check.
Computers.
Mhm.
I like that I'm rolling for buy book on Space Amazon. To be fair, like one would hope there are probably a few competitors at this point. So there's maybe
that
like,
might
I'm
be against
rolling to
terms of
compare
service.
between them.
That's
But
inciting.
also, have you tried to buy any specific one object on Amazon? They will throw you up every possible Alibaba
29.
alternative.
Okay, so yeah, you find the Doctor's book. I guess like you probably knew her first name, but maybe this is the first time the audience sees her first name, which is I'll type it in chat for us.
Pets.
I don't think it's pets.
No, not that chat. That was already.
Oh, okay.
Doggo?
No, that was for Siren's suggestion. So that is her name, and
Dr. Van Halen.
yes.
Oh no, it is.
It's Vanna
Vanadia? Vanadia?
Vanidia.
Vanadia. Oh no, Ryan! All this time I've been getting it wrong. I've not been getting it wrong. It really is Van Halen. Oh no.
Hey, her first name may or may not have changed since the amount of Van Halen
Okay, so
references.
this is okay. I can accept a deliberate reference to my
Also,
stupid
her
bank.
reference name is to Vanadium because she's an android. So I'm making
Okay.
And
references.
what is vanadium? Presumably a metal.
Yes. So
Or a band.
yes. So
Metal is a genre of music. Oh my god!
it's full circle, people.
Society is a big, stupid, flat triangle.
Yep, that's fair. Yeah. I don't know. How do we even follow up on this? I think I'll just.
Do I find the book then?
There you go. That's for you, Colin.
Symbol V, atomic number 23. Wait, just V? Okay,
Yeah,
I didn't.
it's powerful.
How did I not know about vanadium? Like that's like V, just V.
Mhm.
That's pretty good. That's like a high rent district.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's an elitist one. It gets a full letter to itself.
No, I believe it's the inert gases that are the elitist ones. You know
Well,
why?
those are the noble ones, I'm afraid.
Exactly. Yeah.
They'll be the first against the wall and win the revolution.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's a single letter element, and it's only atomic number 23, so it's not even down in the dregs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yes.
should have known. Apologies to vanadium.
That's
I
why she was
tried
called
to
Vanadia.
Hashtag do better in future.
Yeah, if I want to see your notes apology up on Twitter by the end of the day.
Elementary, my dear Colin. So yeah.
Literally, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so
So
there's
Vanadia Helen,
Helen, yeah. Vanadia.
Uh,
Helen, yep.
her book,
And it's called System-Wide Shared Psychosis.
okay. Is her
Yes.
hypothesis then that there is no grey phenomenon? It's
It was me thinking it was going to be jump.
Oh dear. Good.
To be fair, sometimes Nico, I do feel might as well jump.
do
And it's another
Um,
square on the bingo
okay.
cards checked off. There we go.
So I found a copy. Do I find a copy or just find a place I can get it from? Because I'd like to go and pick it up in person
If you want like a
if I
physical
can.
copy, sure.
Yes,
We'll get one.
Ryan.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
I know. I just love the idea of you pinning up pages from like the physical copy, tearing the pages out, pinning them to your holographic board. Enjoy that visual. It's like, why are some things holograms and some things physical? And you shrug. I'm like, how did you get the lines? Never mind. But yeah, you can go get that and then read a copy. So if we're going to skip to that.
But okay, we'll hold on though. Like, it cost me money, I assume.
I was going to say it's probably going to cost you like 200 credits to get the book.
200 credits. I can.
Fucking expensive.
Hey, listen, it's probably quite academic. It sounds like it's more of like a psychological text, so those get expensive.
It's probably like, universities probably have
That's
it
what your
as
student
required
loans are
reading.
for.
Yeah.
No, this is why you pirate academic texts.
Oh dear. So yeah, you
I
can
mean-
go off and get one of those. Have you got anything else you want to do on the way to picking up your copy?
I think you just go straight for it.
Okay. So yeah, you can go pick that up, and if you want to give me some kind of role for a, like,
Reading?
it depends. Are you looking for something specific from it, like some kind of sense motive, perhaps?
Oh, well, so specifically, I mean, the title gives away to me,
Yeah.
and I think Lyko would be inclined to say that, she thinks the phenomenon is like, it's a specifically like a psychological event. It's a psychosis suggests that psychosis is a very strong term, right? Because in reality, many people, I am very much one of them, think that like alien encounters are very much a combination of like pareidolia and folklore and all sorts of things like that. I would never describe them as a psychosis. That's an extremely strong term to have used.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm definitely getting the impression she's like 100% this shit doesn't exist. And it's therefore some sort of symptom. A culture-bound delusion? Okay, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, so I would be sort of anticipating that that's going to be your thesis. But I'm looking to see, is there anything in it I could draw parallels to what I've seen, whether it be on the Kivalari or just really anything pertaining to this case? Like, does what she's describing in any way explain or help contextualize what we've experienced?
Give me Space Cop then instead.
Space Cop?
Yeah.
It's 44.
Nice. I think that's your number. I feel that's one that comes up a reasonable amount of times for you.
It's a pretty good number.
Yeah.
It's like double death in Japanese.
So you've perused through. You're obviously trying to like compare it to the notes that you've got from obviously your case files on the Kivalari, and ultimately, yeah, like you're not a million miles away. The title does give it away. I chose the title obviously to essentially abridge this part of the.
Yeah, well, you didn't just write the actual book, Ryan.
I mean, no, I didn't write a full book in the last 2 weeks. Yeah. So yeah, system-wide shared psychosis. She does not believe in the Greys. Not at all. She doesn't discount Greys existing. She just thinks that this is what people attribute, almost like people that use, almost what's the word I'd be looking for? People that have suffered trauma that find ways to explain it that makes them feel part of something bigger, right? There's a lot of that in this book.
I agree, absolutely. I think are that in real life in some instances.
Yeah, like I feel like that is the main thing that she's found, because she has obviously got an interest in the paranormal, it seems, and in a setting like Starfinder, what does that even mean? And
yeah, that is an interesting
I was
question.
thinking that.
Right?
I was thinking,
Right?
why are the graves so unbelievable when we live in this universe?
I guess, like, if there's... Because it's probably even harder to accept the existence of an alien race that you can find absolutely no evidence for when you meet other alien races all the time, and they're, you can take photographs of them or go for a beer with them.
Or you've got magical scrying powers. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
But these fuckers just, like, walk into your ship from outside and go, sleep now, thank you.
Rearrange your cups and stuff, and then leave.
I
Yeah.
just assume it's similar to how they didn't believe, like, when they start bringing back platypus bodies and things.
Mhm.
But no,
Yeah.
we had enough hoaxes. This is too stupid.
The platypus is officially too stupid to exist, and yeah, it does.
Yep.
Same.
Tells you a great deal about society.
So yeah, anything else you specifically want to know other than like, is there any like references? Like, there's probably enough in there that you could believe some of those cases were grey encounters based again on what from them. Much like what you did with the Conspiracy Craig forums,
So
like same idea. A lot of the cases she's
something
referencing.
that's occurring to me a little bit is that there might be. So she might have other underlying explanations. Like I'm assuming she isn't saying absolutely all instances of these or instances of this are 100% psychological. I'm assuming there's at least some acknowledgement of like, well, X might actually have been an encounter with Y.
Yeah, like
So
it'll
I'm-
explain away like a bunch of whatever she can choose to rationalize. Like if something looks like, oh, this person suffered an experience with this unfortunate event, and it's clearly led them to replace this element with this, and this with this, etc. And
Cool.
obviously the
So what Lyko would sort of look for then would be like any sort of consistency in that maybe he could then see as actually being reflective of a pattern of grey behaviour. Like if she's saying, oh, actually many of these occasions where which people are interpreting as encounters with greys are actually in conditions where there's a high concentration of X phenomenon that people are sort of
so there is a
misperceiving.
specific class bracket seems targeted more than others.
Okay.
Not many in the elite circles seem targeted by grey encounters, which is why a lot of her findings seem to be on the skeptical side of things. They seem to be more in the working class bracket of the system. So why would the Greys only be interested in poor people?
Rural farmers in the United
Right.
States of America.
Exactly. So there's a lot of that. Obviously, she fills it under, again, people needing to feel special or people needing to feel like in some way worth something to someone or whatever. Like she fills it under various things.
Have you made a character who's just me?
No, but it'd be weird if this arc was just all NPCs, kind of like Colin, like with Article 1 as well.
I don't know what would be weird about that at all.
That'd be interesting. Just a Colin based
But
game.
okay, like I can see that is interesting to me because it suggests that the Greys, whatever their motive is, maybe doesn't quite align with the sort of big scale stuff that we're seeing going on at the moment. That it could be that it's, well, to draw an actual folklore, the Greys are often perceived as basically being, well, you're familiar with the band Alien Ant Farm, right? Like the hypothesis that the Greys are basically monitoring us constantly, like we are an experiment run by them. And the reason they dip into rural locations and stuff is because they want results. They want to test things. They want to see what effect did this have. So they dip into somewhere that people aren't going to pay any fucking attention, and they abduct Ted Blarblacker of Arsend Farm, and they do shit to him rather than doing it to the President of the United States on the White House lawn, so that they don't taint the experiment. And that's sort of the idea that, like, that the Greys are looking at these people that they don't really care about the big scale because they're looking at the smallest possible scale. They're looking at us like on a microscopic level, that we are a petri dish to them. And I think you could perhaps then put that idea into the Starfinder context and say, well, if that's what they're doing here as well, if the Greys are behaving a lot like reports of the Greys IRL, then it would make sense for Lyko to come to similar conclusions that maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe they're not really interested in the politics or the statecraft or the intrigue. Maybe what they're interested in is what are these other creatures like at the most basic level.
Mhm.
And his encounter with them might color that because he saw them. Like he saw them like just walk through a wall at one point.
Yep.
Like they just fucked off, and they're not visibly really. They've got a gun, but that's it, right? They don't look like they're using
Yeah.
high tech suits to achieve things. They look like they can just go, "Oh, I'm leaving now."
Yeah.
And that sort of suggests either immense supernatural ability, maybe the sort of fourth dimensional hypothesis sort of thing, or technology so advanced it might as well be that, right?
Yeah.
Wormholes.
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 Exactly.
Wormhole technology. So no, it's that's sort of what I'm thinking. Is like, are we getting into the Greys are actually so far above us that they're sort of like treating us like an experiment?
And I mean, I don't think that'd be like. I don't know if you get anything you could rule that out with yet, right? For Lyco's hypothesis.
Yeah, but not necessarily rule it in either.
Exactly. Yeah, but again, it is kind of the only thing you're seeing a commonality is the kind of memory loss, and like mental kind of issues with people, and by that I mean like gaps in their memory specifically.
And that could be. Oh, listen. It's more a wording thing than anything else. But I hear gaps in their memory.
Okay, right. Was that?
And all I'm saying is that what if it's not a memory gap, but some form of temporal manipulation?
Right.
But anyway, that's just an idea.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sold on that one yet.
That's fair, Siren. That is fair. So, yeah.
Oh no, don't worry. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. You haven't heard my Ancient Aliens rant, but don't worry. I'm sure you probably will if you keep.
Or you could piece it together by going back and watching. Like, yeah, we've probably got the whole
something
thing.
racism.
So
listen.
No. Let's stay on
No,
target.
I
So
fully
does
agree to
Lyco.
you. I was just cutting it short.
So what does
White guys make racist conspiracy theories.
And it's not always just. It's interesting. There's more diversity in that community than you would think. Anyway, I'm gonna try not to tangent.
Yep. So
here,
out of interest, did you do all that reading in your head? And if so, does that trigger the mind communication? Does everybody else hear you reading a book?
because our normal thought doesn't, right?
I just mean, would you want to look
it
them
has
in?
to be specifically directed, doesn't it?
Like, it would just be funny if you want to do it willingly annoy them. I mean.
Oh no! Like, I think I get the feeling that maybe that's something that maybe a Zig or maybe the captain would do. Like a sort of like, I'm reading this interesting thing. How about you hear it? But Lyco's probably more the cards closer to the chest kind of guy.
Okay. What do you do with your updated info? What's the plan now?
I want to, of course, sort of get back to the group to get in touch with. Have I forgotten Thanaida's name? Thanaida.
It's a good way to get back to it, isn't it?
But should I take advantage of being here and now? Like, is there anything I can achieve that I haven't thought of while I'm on Versus?
You could get Thanaida to meet
like
you in
Steward
Versus
HQ
if
as
you
well.
wanted, right?
Like,
as I said, if you wanted her to meet you here, you could get her to. I actually don't know where she's currently meant to be, I'll be honest.
I mean, I could just calm her and say, like,
Yeah.
could you come here? And then you could roll to see how long it will take, I guess.
Yeah, like, 'cause it might not take her long if she's already here, that's what I mean. Like, I feel like she was told to go to Triaxis, which means she may have either been on Versus or stopped off on Versus for her own purposes, so...
I will calm her a small message, and the message will say... something very direct. Thanaida, I have a friend who is in some form of. No, I wouldn't say it's some form of like medical crisis. Say something like, I have a friend or a colleague. Maybe I have a colleague who is in a he's suffering from an unknown medical condition, which may have been spurred by events aboard the Kefalari. She is. Was there a polite term for drow that we decided on?
I mean, in this universe, drow is like
Drow's fine, right?
relatively
Drow isn't.
polite. Yeah.
This isn't like your other one.
No, yeah.
Okay.
But like
she
dark
is
elf
drow
would be the other
and
term, right? Yes.
just dark elf.
Or like silver folk as well. I quite like that.
Silver folk?
Yeah.
Well, a Delphi.
I think like if drow is just like an accepted normal term, then I think
Yeah.
you would just use drow. She is drow, and the stewards lack any other drow among their ranks who they can obtain some samples from for testing. Would you be? I think he would say able rather than willing, because that sort of, on one hand, makes it feel more like he's obligated to say yes, but
Yeah.
also on the other hand, is less in your face about demanding it simultaneously. So, in other words, I'm saying he would choose able because it's more manipulative.
Yes.
And yeah, would you be able to assist with some samples? I am at Steward HQ on Versus.
Okay.
And he sends his little message.
Don't I roll diplomacy? Because I don't think we've got a persuade, do we? Or like manipulate skill. So I think diplomacy is what we're at.
I can roll diplomacy. It's
Yeah.
probably not going to be great. It's not bad.
It's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's just to kind of give what you're writing the edge, right? So you send that off, and we'll obviously see when you get your message back. What do you do in the meantime while waiting for a reply?
I am sure that there's probably at least some reference to this book among like the conspiracy Craig community, and possibly also like more legitimate, more academic sources, and I would sort of look into that and see like what are the criticisms of it that wouldn't occur to me, because like Lyko, he is a smart guy, right? Like he's not an idiot, but he's not an academic, right? He's a 3 int mod, is what I'm saying to you. So he's going to look into this like, okay, what am I missing as a person who does not have expertise in this sort of field? What is it that someone smarter than me would have got that I didn't, that might be supportive of this thesis, or that might undermine it? I was going to say underline.
Yeah, that's fine.
I meant undermine, but
yeah.
Underline sounds funnier.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say, yeah. So it might undermine or support. I would say he'd be looking for basically anything that might give more context or recontextualize, or maybe even like just straight up like, actually, because she's been so eager to portray this as purely like, is it psychogenic is the word I'm looking for? She's overlooked XYZ pieces of potential physical evidence, and maybe I would also look for like, but actually you can see if you look at these other cases how suddenly they make more sense if you take into account like her explanations of like the psychological effects that are in play here. I basically look into the sort of analysis of the book online, what have you.
Yeah,
that was a lot of words for me to say that. I apologise.
That's okay. No, I think psychogenesis was the word you were looking for. Do you want to give me a roll, computers, for the Conspiracy Craig perusal?
Not only do I want to, I will.
Thank you.
It's 30. It's not the best. Not the best
roll. So you find a thread entirely dedicated to this book, probably for obvious reasons.
Yeah, it's right up their alley.
You probably see fairly quickly why it wasn't on like your initial glances when you were looking up grey kind of stories before, because this is the type of thing that whenever it gets dropped into a comment thread, it immediately gets archived under this thread, like, because it ends up leading to just comment wars. Because of the nature of the book.
Controversial topic then.
Yeah, because a lot of people that feel like this is some, again, elitist doctor who has never experienced anything paranormal in her life, is deciding to start to tell people that they're just, crazy because it happened to them and not her.
And there's obviously, I'm going to predict some here. There's going to be people arguing that she's part of the cover-up, of course.
Yeah, of course. It's the conspiracy Craig boards. So, yeah, you can imagine the toxin in this particular comment thread back and forth. And, yeah, like, there's obviously people that support it. There's people that, want it down. There's obviously trolls in between. Just, winding up or stirring the pot more accurately. But ultimately, like, there's maybe one or two, because the role's not like it's super amazing. There's maybe one or two cases that might remind you of like when you did your earlier searches, and I told you certain like elements of people's stories mean you'd like that one was probably true. Like you could see that one happening based on what you experienced with your grey encounter, whereas other ones
that sounds like the experience that I had of their mental attack, or like yes, that they did actually exit the ship in this manner when I saw them.
And like I think I said last time as well, like the weirdly like more genuine and vague stories are the ones you believed more, because the ones that were like hyper detailed is the ones that feel like somebody's bullshitting, right? Because the Greys don't leave much in the way of evidence, and thus everything is like you wake up like you've just had a horrible 3-day bender and your brain and liver have had a massive disagreement. So yeah, beyond that, like there's a couple of examples of like people like defending themselves against the idea of some kind of mass psychosis, like naturally, obviously, but beyond that, nothing. The only strange example is that a lot of them reference obviously part of the book, maybe that you hadn't quite got to before coming up with the idea of cross-referencing it through the. Obviously,
he'd probably be like sort of looking for things online as he went through the reads.
Yep. But yeah, like you see lots of references to the one example of someone in the upper echelons of society, and it's a very famous like pop star on Castrovel.
Okay.
Okay. Like essentially like this world's Madonna, if that makes sense, on Castrovel. That level of fame, if that makes sense.
This person, do they have a name?
Or we'll get them a name. We'll get them a name. Okay. Let's see.
Hadn't recently taken up extreme sports. No.
No. Bianca Fane, I think that was. Yep. R.I.P. Bianca. Okay, that's an interesting name. Will we go with this one? I
would have loved if the whole thing was just Zeg all along.
That'd be hilarious. What, is it like a pop star or the Bianca
I don't
thing?
think he needs the guilt though. Like the entire phenomenon had just been people misinterpreting encounters with time traveling Zeg.
That'd be great. Yeah, like a shaved Zig, hence the Grey's appearance. Yeah.
Well, it could be like a symptom of time travel sickness. It's like temporarily excessive casting.
Or like the Xavier Bald telepathy thing. Yep.
True.
I was trying to look for like a more punny name for this like pop star. So I was thinking Lashunta. Any good idea for like pun names that we can give her?
Puns on what though? Like grey alien?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I've not got any.
Her music isn't about the Greys.
That's hard. Something with Lazar, maybe.
Okay, let's go for a.
What about?
I'm gonna do a Madonna-based pun if I can get it, so she can be called a. Let's go for it. So Ray of Light was an album, right, that Madonna did. So we can have maybe her name's Rayla. That's close enough, right? So Rayla. Maybe that's it. That's good enough. Rayla. Sorted. I know that was very lackluster. Yep. So she is a Lashunta, a pop star.
What about my Sharona?
My Lashunta. Maybe Mila Shunta is one of her top hits. There we go. And Castro Vel Pi is another one. Also, there we go. And Beautiful Stranger is the song everybody quotes because they say that's about her encounters with the Greys. Perfect.
I see.
There you
She's
go.
included it in her music.
Yep.
Oh no! Why didn't I think of like a Tom DeLonge pun?
Aye, if you've got one that works for her name, I don't mind.
Yeah, I don't have one to hand, so.
Okay, well she's Rayla for now. So yeah, there's like people using that as almost like a last ditch attempt at trying to like disprove her entire like book thesis based on the fact that one rich person believes in the Greys. It's not true though, because obviously nobody has actually taken a census of people's input on the Greys. But yeah, this is a conspiracy for like post thing.
But
So,
it's
yeah.
also like you would expect that a sort of culturally bound phenomenon would also that it would sometimes be experienced by people higher up the social sort of stratification. It wouldn't just like even if it's primarily, you wouldn't expect it to be just. So it wouldn't necessarily contradict our thesis.
So yeah, this is that's maybe like the only thing you get out of that really. As well, like as I said, some of the people seem like you probably did experience the Greys, even because as I said, you know they were real, unless you're also in this mass psychosis. And also, as I said, it doesn't seem to just have been, the working class, as it were, that have experienced it. It seems to at least have been this particular, like, very well-to-do Castrovallian.
And the nature of what they do is such that it's quite plausible that some people who have encountered them simply don't know.
Yeah, exactly. You could easily believe that, like, had their abilities worked perfectly, you might not have remembered anything that happened there. You might have just put it down to, like, the bioweapon, right?
Yeah,
On
exactly.
the Cavalry, so yeah. Yeah.
Possible that they even sort of like deliberately target areas where there's a built-in natural explanation.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of less than CR5 people with I think it was CR5, something like that.
Yeah, there is definitely like you almost.
What
like
CR is Fox Mulder.
Based on his ability to be like, not the word skeptical, but what's the word I'm looking for here? Suspicious, maybe.
He's very. I mean, he does have a couple of times where he falls for trickery, which is one of my favorite. There's a line in like I think it's like early season 3 because that's about where I watched up to. Where I've probably said this before, but I just want to quickly share it. It's like there's an episode where his source, it must have been earlier than that. I think his source feeds him bad information because his source gets killed off. I think at the end of season 2 or maybe even 1. Anyway, source feeds him bad information. And he's like completely believing the fake photography until eventually things sort of change over the course of the plot unfolding, and he sees it from Scully's perspective. But she has a line during it, which is that the truth is out there, Mulder, but so are lies.
Mm-hmm.
And that's so good.
She would have like CR like
99
skepticism, Scully. She's great.
She is willing to believe. It takes a lot to get her to believe a lot of the time, but she's also the one who's like, I'm not saying that this doesn't happen. I have been with you thus far, but look at this one on the merits.
Yeah.
She's the one who is trying to be objective and doesn't get suckered in because Mulder wants to believe.
Mm-hmm.
She wants to know.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why I love Dana Catherine Scully. She's fucking great.
Yeah, she has an excellent character, to be fair. She has an excellent character. So anyway, back in the game.
Is that a tangent? Does that count?
Oh, we've got plenty of them.
Yes, it was.
We've hit that square well and truly. So yeah, like, you've got that. Beyond that, yeah, there's very little you can do. I mean, you could go listen to Beautiful Stranger if you want to base yourself, like, if you wanted to try and.
No, I think he's probably. I think he's got a fair amount there. Okay. What else can I do while I'm in the any other suggestions, or shall I just sort of like, I don't know, find some way to while away the time?
It's okay, yeah. Like we'll cut back to the rest then.
Yeah.
On the final hour. So yeah, you get your intermittent brain activity signals on the medical scan, and what is the plan now?
It's really depends on whether or not we could get away with going to Akaton without Sunday or what to tear my throats out.
And keep in mind,
I'm
though,
sure
like,
he won't tear my throats out. He'll just be very irritated.
well, that's what I was going to ask you. Like, how do you feel as Zora? Like, comparing what the Bone Sages did in Query's universe?
But no, I'll just be irritated by him every 2 seconds. Like, why are we not going to the where the Triaxis?
Did none of my audio come through there? No. Like,
I don't think so.
I
okay,
heard it.
okay, cool. I was like, I don't
Not
think you
sure
heard
why
me.
I did or didn't catch.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I said, how does Zora feel about what you witnessed in Query's universe about the Bone Sages, though?
Terrified, awful. Don't want it to happen.
But I mean, like, just because we had it in the wrap-up chat last time about how you were potentially suspicious of your Bone Sages by comparison.
I mean,
So where does Zora fall on that line?
I'm not sure. Like, a lot of what Cindy was done doesn't make sense towards that end, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Tectalanis was like playing the role of like Orgalas in this universe or something, you know? Like, maybe. Or at least an instigator, at the very least. My suspicions definitely lay more in Tectalanis than anybody else, because that was my first thought, why he was trying to revive him. So, like, why?
He certainly seemed to be, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
Well, he wanted him recovered, right? And you have to
Mhm.
think.
Yeah, I mean, it's at least like maybe not so much revival. Maybe he wanted like
Maybe he knew that he'd be a
like-
depository of a great, psychic power, and therefore
Mhm.
thought he could funnel it. But he wanted him uncovered for whatever purpose.
yeah, probably nefarious, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that we know Tectalanis is a very different type of person from, well, Ramasethu and him didn't seem to see eye to eye, and the same with Sindel, right? But that doesn't
Runs
necessarily.
thought the wrong way.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that Ramasethu and or Sindel are particularly good people, but they've been good by you two, or the group, I should say. They've been good by the group, really.
These
Personally, I'm not so much suspicious of them. Their actions don't really sync up with Orgalas, at least not in my brain. But they might, like, there might be something that we don't know. But I mean,
he's definitely been an important player in like establishing the pact and things like that. That would sort of go against the he wants to ruin everything using whatever undeadification or whatever. He doesn't seem to be fulfilling the role that undead presumably Urglass does in the other universe. Because I'm assuming that if he's leading, if he's leading the Bone Sage's other universe, Urglass is a Bone Sage, right? We didn't get anything to suggest he was also like a sort of fully functioning living Librian.
Yeah, there was no info in that regard.
And you would think if he was, we would find it.
Yeah, you'd think that'd be quite, note number 1, by the way, he lives.
And can melt people with his brain.
Yeah, most of that.
Where was their station? Was it Absalom Station in their world as well?
Yeah, it seemed to be.
In that world?
It's
Okay.
definitely a different Absalom, but it was close enough that we could sort of.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the fact that we know that the Bone Sages formed the pact, like they were like the original instigator of the pact
Yeah, so like in this universe,
in this world.
yeah,
Yeah.
you had the Bone Sages were the first to sign and essentially catalyzed the rest of the, like, I guess, powers of the system to get on board, because the fact that the Bone Sages were willing to do it was
But we
like a
don't
big
really
deal.
know why.
Exactly, yeah.
Like, they were powerful enough probably to steamroll everyone.
And I think as well, like I said, I feel like I've said this in the past, mostly to probably Lyko during his time spent with Sindel, but I feel like he also knew the fact that Sindel was the reason that happened.
Yeah, I'm sure you have mentioned.
Has he ever explained it to him? Why he did that?
No, probably not.
I think I did try and get an answer out of him at one point.
No, I don't think it was ever explained, but just the fact that, like, that was, like, Cinderella's name's like first on the Pact Worlds, like, you know, document.
Yeah, I think you literally said it was the first signature.
Yeah. Which kind of goes a long way to, like, the type of, like, person he is, and, you know, if he's playing a long game, he's probably got the scope to do that, right? Like, so if I want to play, like, you know, devil's advocate here, like, yeah, seems to have been a decent guy to you guys, but ultimately could be using you to do something for his own benefit. But what that would be, how long that would affect your guys' lifespan, who knows, right? It's hard to
His
say.
long game could be very, very long indeed.
But I mean, technically not really anymore.
Not now,
Yeah, right?
Because he gets an extra few centuries over like what he would normally live. But then how long do Librians normally live?
Exactly, right? That is something I don't actually know, how long the original Librians lived. I wonder if there's an answer somewhere online for that.
Probably. I would assume the same answer would apply across games, and I think they were in... How have I forgotten the name of... You know, I should just say that all the time. Pathfinder. Anytime I say how have I forgotten the name of, it seems to come to me. It's excellent.
Let's see.
Oh man, we can buy follows on bigfollows.com.
Okay, thank you, bigfollows.com.
Let me just mod myself here.
Mr. Merriman Gang, you bot fuck.
We do not welcome your bot kind here. Only money.
We're just sitting at the 198 followers at the moment, folks. Still, if we can get those cheeky 2 for a moment where I can spot it says 200, I can die happy. So, where are we here? Let's see. So, Starfinder / Pathfinder. So, Pathfinder...
Librians on the floor.
Okay, so
I'm looking.
let's have a nosy and see if we can get anything about their lifespan. No, I think it's mostly talking about the part where they're already undead.
Yeah, I don't think there are any. Well, there might be, because there is canonically, spoiler, there are living ones, right?
Yeah, in the default setting, there are. Obviously, I have deleted them. But yeah, in the default setting, there's like a small pocket of living Librians.
I'm assuming they live as long as a human, because I mean, like the descriptions, like, well, one, I don't know if that's actually fan made or no, right? Though, but it says Librians are very similar to humans. If it was, like,
Yeah,
they are, but they're also older and smarter, and you know.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean bigger lifespan. Just means they're been around longer, right?
No,
like,
but it tends to in these settings. Like I would assume probably it would be longer, simply because think of a humanoid race that looks very close to us, that's portrayed as being more advanced and lives shorter in one of these games.
elves.
Exactly, you can.
In every game, elves.
Like, elves are like crazy long lived in almost all settings.
Whereas like the Turtles and the Aarakocra are like the short-lived ones, but they're very separate from visually looking like people. That way, humans.
The Turtles one is just the weirdest shit.
Yeah.
It's really stupid.
Like, I don't know why somebody thought, do it be funny, let's make them a really short lifespan instead of like what would be wrong with 200
how long
years?
should a turtle/tortoise person live? Like, oh, I don't know, about as long as an orc.
Like,
Orcs live less. Orcs live shorter, yeah.
I think orcs, do they get to 80? Do orcs not get 80?
Orcs
I think
and half
orcs can, but basically don't.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
Rude.
they don't because of generally their culture.
Nefarious
Generally, I said culture.
ways.
No, I'm not getting anything solid on a Librian lifespan, so I guess nobody knows.
About 6 months.
Okay.
I like sort of like it's fine. I think to have
They're
like
born pregnant.
potentially like things like elves. Like you don't even need to give a lifespan if you want to keep it sort of vague and mysterious. Like I think I like that personally. But like Elybrians, they are very much humanoid, so it probably does make sense if it is a human-like lifespan.
Yeah, again, I just don't feel like I'm gonna come up with an answer just now. As I
That's
said,
fair.
it's not been relevant to my story so far, and I don't think it will be until the end of it. So, or he just dies of natural causes or something, you know.
Let's just say you're all good.
Yeah. I mean, Urgalas is old because he's been frozen for so long, right?
And that don't count.
Yeah. But then arguably Thanaida too, right? Being stuck in that bubble. So interesting. Like tied to the tree for some reason. So yeah. But anyway,
Never really investigate that tree, we never probably.
not
That's not like
really.
us.
No. The tree imagery has came up a lot, but no, it's just there for like.
We probably should have investigated that tree, lads. Back in the day. Like,
I mean, your instructions were burn the tree.
Mhm.
yeah, but we should have maybe poked it before we burned it.
I mean,
No,
maybe
like-
yeah.
I mean, technically, you didn't ever burn it in this timeline, so
yeah.
She's just out anyway.
Yeah.
It's quite inexplicable.
yeah. And nobody's been brave enough to go back into the vault yet to see what's
I
in
don't
there.
understand it, and I don't want to understand it.
Yeah. Like Cal, like me and Calum had spoke about it. And I did say to him, I was like, "So you're gonna go back into the vault?" And he did say, "I don't know if I want to." And I thought that's a fair answer.
I agree.
While wanting to know at the same time, he also didn't. I gotta respect that. But yeah, so back in the scene, Zora.
Sonny Bean.
Yes.
Yes. What are you
Good
doing?
hello.
Good hello. What are
Good
you?
hello. I'll attempt to without getting nagged for fucking 5 days straight. Go to Akaton because I really want to just get rid of these torpedoes so we can
Okay.
get
Yeah.
geared up out of the way for the
Are you
game.
gonna tell
Like-
Sindel or just hope he doesn't notice?
I just gotta hope he doesn't fucking notice, man. Like he's gotta notice, but like a man can hope, right? Like
Okay. Right. So yeah, to the bridge then, I guess.
Gonna see a man about a dog.
mhm,
Right. Yep.
mhm.
Get there.
So I get there and I'll be like,
Good stuff.
Finn, Alice, Alice. What do I call her?
And then like she flickers in, and she kind of does that thing what Jason Momoa would do if he was going to sneak up on you. There's
I see. like a cat.
just in response to your Finn, Alice, she sways from side to side, about to make wrestle you. He goes, Captain,
Can you set a course for Acton?
done.
Sweet. Might as well job.
Okie
We're
dokie.
done here. Right?
And then like the entire ship just jumps into drift. And I roll a d6.
Oh, I was about to say type the roll and Twitch there.
Switch to the thing.
For
To it be like this would be peak levels of streaming and RP would just be outsourcing if I could through like what do you call them, like widgets and such. Every role to Twitch if I had an audience, right? I would be happy with that. Just giving everybody control over that. So letting somebody random on the internet just push the button for the skill that you need. That'd be good. If you could just work it so that it wasn't complete spam, though, that would be difficult. So that's 2 days it'll take to get to Akaton, I guess. Okay. I love the fact that you're probably just floating outside, like the line in the sand, for like the entire length of time it took to do the mind, journey. since you did undock to try and go to Akaton in the first place, and then just abort to get Sindel on board. So yeah. What are you doing then? What's your plan on the ship for your 2 days? Same with you, Weird?
What is my plan? What can I do that's actually useful in 2 days?
Alright, so you've got Demadvin, CC, Ivan, you've got Alice AI.
That's always useful.
Right, you've got Alice AI, you've got an unconscious kind of comatose query, and you've got Sindel, and you have
I
Weird.
probably would every now and then be checking on like query, because I do feel probably fucking really guilty. I didn't want to do that, but I mean, at the same time, maybe no guilty because he's actually not a nice person.
So was that your takeaway then, that it wasn't nice? He was doing nefarious things for nefarious reasons, pulling out the
Even
plug.
if it was trying to like get the void egg away from Ergalas, I mean, he didn't need to go murder, kill people to go get it. Maybe he did. I don't know.
Rad egg, just for note taking.
Yeah. Oh, I said void egg.
You did. That's okay.
I meant
Yeah,
rad
don't
egg.
worry.
Yeah.
I know you meant it. Don't worry. I know. So
But yeah, I mean,
yeah. What do you want your NPCs to do? What do you want the crew to be up to? 2 days worth of stuff.
I mean, Weird and CC are in the midst of doing something, aren't they?
I mean, I feel like they started doing something and then Weird gave up and walked away.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I can't really remember, I'll be honest. I feel like mostly CC's been trying to like make his plant grow.
Sorry, I was muted.
Welcome back.
We're working on getting some drift drives
Yeah.
for the drift bomb.
Yeah, that was it. He's made a plan to make
Drift bomb.
a drift bomb, but you need multiple drift drives for CC to play with, and we need to get them on Akaton because you'd sent message to the new Junkrats to see if they could source any for you.
Yes, so I will leave CC to his planning while I jog it. While I'll go and continue work on the multi-dimensional null space chambers.
Yeah, sure.
That seems like something, particularly while we're in drift, that seems like something appropriate to mess with.
Yeah, you're going to loop in
More
Delson,
data points.
or you happy with solo work?
I don't know if there's really anyone else that I would want to loop in at this stage.
Yeah, it's up to you. As I said, the only person that you'd worked on it with was Demadvin up to that point. So
yeah.
But if you're happy not looping her in, that's up to you.
Yeah, no, I'll leave the Madvin out of it for now.
No worries. Okay.
Probably a good opportunity to enlist Cindy L's help and bring in Bonesages and anti-Hourglass plan. But what is the anti-Hourglass plan?
Well, why don't you have that
It's a little
conversation?
unclear at the moment, I think, isn't it?
Why don't you have that
We
conversation
had been going to
mentally?
use a bioweapon, and I think we still are, but
Because remember, if you have that conversation mentally, Sindel will know.
I mean, yeah.
Well, you just surreptitiously you just have that conversation mentally with us. But not like, oh, we should get Sindel. Just, what's the plan? And just hope that he chimes in on it.
Yeah.
Use that diplomatic wit of yours.
Obviously, you're adrift, so you won't have Lyco for the
I'll phrase
combo.
it differently, right? I'll phrase it differently since, like, the
So you won't have Lyco
the
because you're
plan,
adrift.
the current obvious plan.
Remember.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck.
you're adrift.
Fuck.
Other session titles are available. That
Yeah.
one's been used already.
This is fuck.
You could wait till you're at the other side.
I am fuck your mirror. You could do that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I could. But if that's the case, then I'm probably just, I don't know, general maintenance of weaponry and such, because that's about all I can think about doing in 2 days.
He's sitting in his room polishing his gun.
Oh,
Standard
dear.
downtime.
Yeah, standard downtime, because I can't make multi-destinational null space chambers. I can't even help.
Says the guy
I'll
that can
probably-
teleport
I'll
using
probably-
like 3 fucking portal powers and such, but no, can he help with a multi-destinational null space chamber, even though you have multi-destinational teleport powers?
Yeah, you're right, but I mean, I can't explain wormholes.
It's like you just kind of point your clawed hand over that way, and then you just go. Okay, yeah, okay. Don't want to have any meetings with your crew? No? Nothing?
I mean,
I'm not saying there's something to do, I'm just saying that's something you could do.
yeah, I'll leave the meetings with the crew until like after when we discuss Syndale and stuff with anti-glass plans and stuff. Because I mean, it's probably better to have everybody in the loop than having to say it twice. You know, like
Yeah, I mean, you could also, right, again, just throwing ideas out here, you could just go speak to Weird about the plan on this side, while Weird is working on his multi-destinational space chambers. You could just be in the room, you know, getting how he feels about the situation, because you know you don't have Lyco in the loop, and if you loop in everybody in the drift space, then it's going to be...
So I guess what I'll actually do is go to Weird and ask him what he saw, because I mean, I wouldn't have seen what he saw, right? Like, so
Yeah.
Like, so yeah.
Let's
yeah.
have that scene then. Yeah. I'm assuming Weird is in the conference room that you've got as like a makeshift lab at the moment.
Yes.
Okay.
Kind of slowly throwing nuts and bolts into a null space chamber whilst watching another one on the other side of the room, and then making occasional adjustments each time. Yes.
I guess I would walk in and be like, Weird.
Captain.
What are you working? What are you working? Need any help? Probably what I say no. Like the last time I was a detriment as well.
You might have some insight in this. You're good at teleporting, right?
Am I? I mean, I guess, but that's the thing. There's no really my powers. This was
What do you mean?
Stellari's It's stellar god powers that's given to me. I mean, most of that just comes for this, and I would point to the floaty moat thing.
Okay.
I mean, it did take a while to learn that, but I mean, like, don't really know exactly how it's done. I
But
just
you
kind of
can
do it.
you can create them though.
Yeah. Not always though.
Huh?
Kind of needs to be a bit of a sticky situation for me to be able to.
Can we prompt that to happen just now?
I've managed to get it going for a short time, but it's only like 6 seconds. See what I'm doing here?
Oh no, I'm fully aware. My brain's just busy going.
No, what's
So
the
if you
significance
were
of 6
traveling
seconds?
at some unknown speed through drift space, not normal space, and make a portal that's static that goes through some other dimension to the other portal face, what the fuck actually happens? Was what my brain was doing. So please carry on.
Yeah.
Could you put one of those inside null space chamber to begin with? Is that something rules-wise you can do?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think there's anything that says you can't.
I have no idea.
Right? I don't think...
If the answer is you can, then may I just say lol lamau?
Wait, I'm gonna maybe slightly retcon what I just said, because is it only 6 seconds?
I don't know how it changes at level 20.
But yeah, Colin, I don't think there's anything. There's nothing in Starfinder, as far as I remember reading about the null space chamber, that means you blow up and end up on the astral sea if you put like a pocket dimension-y type thing or teleport.
I would just assume you can't.
Right?
Like technically, if I'm playing rules right, technically I've only got the ability to cast it for 6 seconds, but the ability might not last for 6 seconds. It might be longer, because it doesn't disappear when I become unattuned, because I become unattuned when I cast it.
And what does it say?
Like,
How long did it last for in the ability?
that's what I'm about to. I'm just going to click it right. So
Yeah, sure.
One more run for every 2 Solarian levels you have. 17. Right, cool. So it's actually quite a chunk longer than 6 seconds. Then
So is it 1 round for every 2 Solarian levels? So that's what, 10 rounds for you? So what's that like?
Minute.
a minute. So I retcon it to I can only keep them up for about a minute.
That should be enough to get some measurements.
Do you think about the idea that you can fold space over 3 points for a minute, though? That's pretty impressive.
Cool. That's pretty cool. It's actually a lot better than what I was thinking, right? Because it actually just dawned on me that I can only cast it for 6 seconds, but once it's cast, right? Like,
Yeah. So yeah, it's not bad going. So it's enough for like Weird to at least attempt to take readings, I suppose.
Yeah. Throw a scout bot, have a chew through it.
Shrug. I'm actually interested. I've never dived into wormholes before. This is amazing.
Would you like an explanation, Captain? I say pointing to the wall of maths.
Can't explain wormholes. I'll just shrug it off. I don't even listen to what you just said there. And I'll cast wormholes.
I like to believe that like Zora's reply there was pretty much just, you can't explain stellar gifts. Just shakes head, laughs with his moat of black wholeness above his shoulder.
Laughs and moat.
Moat laughs gravitationally. I keep forgetting, and I do always forget the visual of Zora, that when you're not wearing your black hole armor, it is a moat above your shoulder of like dark energy.
I think that's maybe actually the first time in a game that I've pointed it out to somebody. Like I've even made it a part of the game for the most part. I mean, it's always been, obviously it's been in the game. It's been mentioned like maybe 3 or 4
we've definitely
times.
referenced it a couple of times, but I think this is the first time you've spoke to a character. Yeah. About your moat. Welcome to the screen time moat.
Yeah, welcome to the screen time moat.
Add that to this fucking NPC list. So yeah,
it wibbles.
It wibbles. A wibble. Right, so Weird. If you're wanting to do some kind of like readings of this, what you might want to do is get ready to be rolling mysticism and engineering, right?
Not physical sciences.
Sure, that as well. Why not just have all 3?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. So Zora, you've activated your. So do you need to spend a resolve point, or can you just fully attune without it? For your wormholes, Zora.
I'm muted. I've got to spend a resolve point to fully attune in like 1 round.
Cool.
Like so,
And do you need to do that to make your wormholes, though, or are you able to do it? Okay,
yes, I need to be fully attuned, because then once you're fully attuned and you use wormholes, I become unattuned again. Cool. Like it just kind of uses up all my attunement to do it.
Yeah, so it's like your special bar charges up. Perfect. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do that.
We'll just for viewers, I guess.
And then you, so you make 3 points, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Free grant, do that as well.
What we'll do as well then, Weird, since we've got 3 rolls to make, we'll just have you scan each of them like with a different skill, I guess. That makes the best sense to try and like gauge what you're picking up on. So give us your 3 rolls in any particular order.
What is this? Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, step on back.
Nice. So what's up first, Weird?
I'm just navigating. My character sheet takes an age to load. Engineering.
Okay.
Mysticism.
Okay.
Physical science.
Not bad. Yeah. Okay. So, assume the rest of the 2 days working on the project means you've definitely paired 2. Like
yes,
you've paired 2. They work because the energy readings that you pick up from the captain was like the missing part of the mysticism element that you were not the most skilled at. It's what Zig was obviously better at. But the captain's like ability is kind of perfect for folding space, is what you're trying to get these things to do. So yeah, that was like the missing link, as it were, for Here.
Oh my god, it's almost like. Anyway.
Yep. It's like a conspiracy fucking land minefield for you.
The conspiracy to make us
Minefield.
all useful.
So yeah, you've
What you need to do is picture space as a calzone rather than a pizza.
exactly, and then just fold it
that.
over. Yeah.
I thought you
Yeah.
said chasm for a second. I was like, okay.
Chasm,
I can see.
calzone. What's the difference? So yeah.
Italy is one big hole, right?
Ho ho.
A pizza can.
Allegedly. So
Alleged hole.
In an unactionable sense.
The alleged hole. It's never been confirmed.
But yes, yous have a pair of these now, like, which is good, and they are linked. Just pretty impressive. But again, that'll take obviously the full 2 days to complete. Obviously, what's the scene? How does that scene play out? Because obviously we had you asking the captain to help, and he summons obviously his portals, but you'll be obviously busy using that data to build these. But while that's going on, is there any actual dialogue that happens in that scene between Weird and Zora, or?
The captain's welcome to continue the conversation if he wants, and Weird is going to throw a scalp box.
I was about to say that. I was assuming Weird is like a quiet worker. Like, so.
Yes, he is just quietly lobbing scalp bots through one portal and watching the other.
I would be like, so. What did you see when you were in queries? You know.
There was bone sages and the Radek instead of the Starstone. And the bone sages came for it.
Bone sages, so not just Argolis this time.
Well, Query let them have it.
Let them.
Something about keeping the peace.
I mean, I saw them basically massacre. I would say the engineers, because that's probably what
Sure,
I
yeah.
listed them as.
Technicians,
Like-
yeah,
Yeah.
basically.
They were working on that egg, which I believe is his Absalom's version of our Starstone. Like, it was basically powering the station. So his idea of peace would basically be dooming everybody on that station.
I suppose the slow death rather than the quick death gives more possibilities.
Still rather grim. I mean,
He is.
is that all you saw?
I'm trying to remember our character. There was a lot of waffling back and forth with him.
Yeah, you were mostly like actually debating with Query in his head.
Yeah.
With Sindel nearby. You did like a review of like the history up until that point, like what happened on the station, any kind of like announcements and stuff. But there was nothing that was.
There was no memory of Urglass.
Yeah, and there was not really much similar. Like now that we obviously we know Urglass went to Eox and booted all the bone sages off by killing like the majority of them, and then the remainder like came to the station for like I guess would it be amnesty or just just
Asylum.
Asylum, yeah. Like they came for like asylum, whereas that didn't happen here. It just seemed like the bone sages like attacked suddenly. In that moment that you got to see when you looked up and saw like the station under attack. But you also got the, as I said, the visuals of the stranger, and the crashed ship, and like being like clawing your way out of the wreckage of the ship. I can't remember exactly who got the vision. It might have been you, Weird, but it might have been Lyko, might have been Zora. But like you also got the vision of the cockpit. I think it was you, Weird. You were in the cockpit, like, or the bridge, I should say, of like Query's ship
Yeah.
as it was escaping the station, pursued by Bone Sages, and it seems like they shot him down on Octurne, or on the Stranger, but we know it as Octurne in this world.
Yeah. So he was fighting the Bone Sages.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like he was fleeing them. It definitely seemed like he was being pursued by them. So yeah, there was that. It was all quite
So
hazy.
There's a possibility that he was completely full of shit, even in his own brain.
Yeah, that is also true. Yeah.
Well, if we could question him again, which might be difficult now.
We can go back in time to graduation and find wherever he was then.
Just ask Zig, he's there, I think.
Probably forever.
Yeah.
Like now that I think about it, isn't that kind of Zig's idea of hell?
Yeah.
But yeah, so they crashed on the Stranger, which is where Urglass is now.
That's what Zig said, at least.
But Urglass wasn't there in Query's world. It was the Bone Sages. But we don't know why they were chasing him. Not that I'm inclined to take the Bone Sages side over anyone's, really. But I don't know which of them is likely to be building this Doomsday weapon, or whatever it is the X do. Which I assume his universe was ended by the same weapon, but not the same hand.
Why does his brain like just give more questions than answers?
He is called Query, Captain. But it doesn't seem unreasonable that the head of the arms dealers would take the opportunity to build a world-ending device, and that perhaps the Bone Sages wanted to stop that. There's an alternative view on it. Or they took it from him.
That's something. It was called Query in his brain, right? That was,
Yeah.
Was that a thing? Yeah.
He was known as Query. Like on the elevator, the
Yeah.
top button was Query as well for the CEO. So yeah,
Cool. Just wondering.
it's just a really conveniently well named name.
That just made me think that I never even asked that question like the last time, which is probably one of the first questions asked after.
The first question is the deepest. I do agree.
If it had been Query, we probably wouldn't have known it was his.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you could infer from the fact that it was clear, but then that just needs to be something you remember as well.
Exactly.
I mean, he also turned it to be Aspis Consortium's head honcho in his world.
Yeah. He
Say
was the
that
CEO.
out loud.
In a world.
But you did communicate that to me and his second in command.
I did see something rather disturbing right at the end, though, just before we got thrown out.
Was it Query?
Nah, more disturbing than that. I think him and Alice were a thing in his world. I don't know if that has any link here, but
I could do with a
like
drink.
it.
Would you like something to drink?
Oh,
I would love a drink. I never actually accept drinks.
Yeah.
We just stands up and walks out to go to the kitchen.
Yeah. I like to believe that he's heading to like the kind of mess hall, and Cece's there building a blender, and just looks up at you both, just staring innocently.
Would you like a drink, CC?
And he like stops trying to like body hide the blender, and points at it, and then looks back at you.
Are you making a drink?
Narrows his eyes, and looks at you, and then gives you a thumbs up.
not being a drink.
What actually happened to that like scorpion thing he made out of the blast blender? I don't remember where that ended up.
It's gone.
Yeah.
No one knows.
It's walking
Somebody
about.
turned it off because they were, I think somebody turned it off because they were a bit creeped out by it. I remember that.
Yeah, I
But
just
think it might
genuinely
still be
don't
lying
remember.
about it, and
I
think it
may
might
have just
still
turned
lying
it
about
off and left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I may have just turned it off and left it in the cargo bay.
It might be in there, yeah, because I love the idea that it came to life and just crawled onto, like, you know, Ray's Kishi's ship or something and just started replicating. Like, yep, that's their problem now. But yeah, so he just kind of sits instantly and watches both of you as you get alcohol, I guess, or a drink of something.
I'm literally just getting a glass of water.
Okay.
I think Weird was just using it as an excuse to change its conversational beat.
Yeah. What about Zora? Do you offer anything to Zora, or does Zora ask for anything in particular?
I poured him another glass of water.
Yeah, we'll take water because that's the true man's drink.
Hydra homies.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like it. I think, like, as you say, have that like CC eventually, like after like a couple of seconds of staring at this, like as you both. Do you sit down in the mess hall? Do you like, you know, decide this is the new location for conversation, or?
Weird is standing next to the sink.
Okay.
Just constantly fill his cup.
And then,
until he is suitably hydrated.
yeah, and I think like CC will just like eventually pour himself a cup of water and just sit holding it and staring at both of you, just kind of in between both of you.
I'm probably sitting on one of the chairs, just like kind of sat back, try to, you know, that sort of like venting stance in a chair. That's just a.
Yep. Like a Jarl from Skyrim, like.
Yeah.
But yeah, and Cece just looks between the two of you as if, well, I'm gonna stay and watch whatever this is.
Yeah.
Scared.
I don't actually. I think I've discussed mostly everything. Don't know. Struggling.
Just, I love the idea that you just stare at each other. Sorry, go ahead, Weird. But I love that scene.
Do you think the Bone Sages were betrayed the pact in Queria's world, or did they not have the pact?
I'm not sure. Most Absalom was Aspis controlled.
Remember, though, you should know a bit more about this. It did seem like, remember, there was contacts in the Viscarium, or potential contacts in the Viscarium, because Lyco did relay that to you, I think.
Yeah, that's right. So that implied that the wars never happened. Like,
It easily could imply that the Viscarium never made it to the system. Yeah, but they are potentially, you know, allies if that was a pursuit they took.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a, you know, it's a lead they haven't used yet, if that makes sense. Would be the Vesk.
Right. Okay.
Which implies there's been no war or anything.
Right. Okay. Then I will retcon what I just said and say, it looks like the Vesk war didn't happen. So I don't know if there would be any need for the pact. And yeah, most of the Absalom was controlled by Aspis. It didn't look like it was a joint effort.
Absalom needed the pact. Why did Sindel want it though? Like, why are they the heroes here and the villains in Query's world? If the villain doesn't apply to Query himself.
CC just slurps his glass.
None of what I seen in his brain made sense. It wasn't quite. It's almost the opposite of our world, really.
It should come as no surprise that the politician's brain Makes no more sense than his words.
Mm. I don't know what to make yet.
Um,
Anything else happening in that scene?
I can't really think anything like thingy because I actually
Yeah.
don't really know what to make of what we saw, right? Because it is just kind of the opposite. It's almost not helpful. Like,
I'm going to leave it hanging there.
yeah.
Unless you want to go
struggle.
talk to Sindel about it.
Maybe like was got a bit more insight, but
Into this, or generally?
generally,
That seems likely.
and then I guess I'm cool with end it there then.
Yeah.
It's a good segue into probably like after Lyco stuff 2 days later.
Okay. I think like the only thing that then like I guess punctuates this conversation is the blender being like immediately angry and spinning really super fast, and then very quickly CC just pulling the plug and then hiding the plug behind him.
I'm just like using devices. I'll get a new
Yeah.
blender. It's fine.
Oh,
But yeah, like I think what we'll do then is then we know that Weird's going to keep working on the null space chambers. The captain's going to go polish his gun apparently. Unless you decide to do anything else in that 2 days, and then yeah, we'll catch up with that time skip after the break. So we'll go to that just now. BRB peoples, BRB. Fighting.
Did admirably.
Oh, good. I'm
Didn't
glad.
win. Did admirably.
That's the main thing. I'm glad to know that I got that particular betraying question correct as well. So anyway, we're back, folks. Welcome back to Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity session 111, part 2. I'm Ryan, the GM. 22nd of November 2021. Here are the players. And if Zig in chat wants to join us, why not? Why not? And yes, thank you for the bits, Callum. Very much appreciated. Very much
hello.
appreciated.
Very good. Hello. And welcome. Starfinder, Fragments of Eternity.
What session is it?
Many sessions. I am Zora. I am Nico.
Hear me roar?
Zora. The best captain.
That's what happens when you try and fuck up my intro, Nico. The intro fucks you up.
Yeah. Threw me off.
Oh,
Excellent.
thank you, Siren,
Oh.
as well. So good.
Hi.
Yep.
I'm Alex.
Hi,
I will
Alex.
continue to play Weird, the android mechanic. Yeah, it's lovely to see you, Callum. Much like Philip Pitane. Once you were a hero and now you appear before us, a traitor.
Yes.
Wow.
Trapped on an island. In fact, that metaphor really fits.
Yeah, I was gonna say, aren't we all in our own way?
Of your own making, and also of Lewis. Hey!
Hey! We summoned him.
The
Oh,
guilt
dear.
worked.
Yay!
It is a powerful force.
Although I like how to those at home, there's no difference yet.
Some would say.
One day she'll unmute and be present.
Oh, yes.
Which is not this day.
Hello!
Hey, it is this day.
Oh, he's there!
Welcome,
I will,
Callum.
I will not be playing, but I'd say hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
welcome. And
Hello.
We
hello.
missed you. We haven't slandered you.
Not a single dot. In fact,
I was very nice.
Wait.
Not a single time ever.
Colin
There's
posted a
a-
link to your YouTube earlier in our chat, so there you go.
I'm 90% sure the only people that saw it was us, but I still did it.
We're here to dox you. That's a joke. Twitch. That's a joke.
No dot,
Oh
literally
dear.
No dot.
You mean dogs in
Dogging
the
the-
sense of, like working at a harbour? That's what I meant.
Yes.
Yes.
We're here for dogging, not
We're
doxing.
here for stevedores.
Does that count as flirting, Alex? Does that? I can't.
There's a thin line between flirting and propositioning, isn't there?
Yeah, like if the car lights are on or off. Is that how it works?
That's my bet. Officer, there's a thin line.
Yeah, the thin blue light. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh dear. Yep. We've done well. So anyway, continuing on that well done way. Yeah, so I think for the final hour, 2 days pass.
I didn't actually intro myself.
Oh, and you go then. Why not? Why not?
Hi, I'm Colin. I'm playing like a quid. Sneaky, spooky space cop coast to coast.
Thank you.
Yay!
Yeah.
Hey!
Do you wanna just for all time's sake, Callum, do your intro, even though you're not here?
Yay!
Okay. I am Colin, and I will not be playing Zig, the mystical space rat from the sun, who is at the sun, possibly, and it's a different time, maybe.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with that, I will disappear again.
Yes.
Back to the timeline I belong in.
Yes.
Return to the
I'll
liminal
be
void in
noting
which you
in
exist.
the chat.
It was lovely to hear you again, buddy.
Go now with our blessing.
I shall speak to you all soon. Bye.
Bye.
Love you.
Love
Bye.
and such. Bye.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh dear.
Well, there you go. And in
yeah.
many ways, there he went.
Yeah, and it definitely sounded
Right.
technologically that he was going back to the past.
It did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have summoning powers.
Yes.
What I'm
good.
taking for this, to
Yeah.
be honest.
Be careful, all of the in chat, else we summon you too.
Yeah.
Ask not
Uh.
for whom Discord tools.
Sure.
You
Yep.
shall reach down the webcam. and pull you forth into the existing space.
Oh dear. Also, to answer your question, Siren, and it's not even a question you put in the Twitch chat, it's one you put in the Discord chat. Yeah, I have absolutely no idea what else we should add to the bingo card. I feel like it's
Just make up as you go
yeah.
along. It's fine.
Yeah, man.
yeah, it's just what it is.
I mean, seems like Siren's going to be the next victim to be dragged forth into the.
I don't know if you're ready for that jelly.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
True stories.
Right.
Fair. But yes, so wherever I was, that concluded nicely, I'm sure.
Probably.
We're professional.
But as we know, though, Siren, you were going to play that. Was it the Vesk Technomancer Cultist? I think it was. So yeah, we at least know what you would play. Which is good.
Let's go. Vest Supremacy.
I think I would have 3 Vesk on board, Captain. I don't know if you could handle that yourself.
It would be a very different ship. It would actually be a Vest ship at that point.
Yeah,
Scary. It'd be primarily people from the Viscarium that'd be on the ship, including like CC and stuff.
Yep. It would be a Viscarium heavied crew, yeah. So yeah, use arrive in orbit.
Rebels.
Yeah, so I suppose it would. Yeah. Definitely without a cause. So yeah. But anyway, above Agaton, you take orbit, and I guess we click over to Lyko to see what he did for like his time, because we'll go back 2 days ago. You'll get a reply from Thanida, Lyko, that says, I did roll.
Okay.
She's going to be a day and a half, luckily, is what she's going to be for her travel time to get to you.
So that's a yes then, or at least we'll see.
Yeah, so that was basically summarising the mechanics part of it. The message that you get back is, was it book somewhere nice for dinner? I think was the reply you got. And then, her, like, I assume it's polite that people would send, like, ETA time codes as, like, sign-offs in this, like, world where you can jump between planets. So
Probably.
yeah, so, like, our sign-off...
Especially at very variable rates as well.
Yeah, so, like, her ETA time thing was the day and a half of waiting. And essentially she's telling you to, like, book a restaurant or something, like,
Yep, okay.
So that's what you got back. So we can obviously utilise your day and a half worth of time till you get to that point, and then obviously your half day after that until we sync back up with the other crew, and they'll probably ideally braincom you and maybe bring you up to some kind of speed. I'm guessing here though.
In the meantime, Lyko will book relatively nice. I'm not sure what she would want.
She eats meat.
High end.
That's about it. Yeah.
E3.
Yeah. How high end are you willing to go on the old pay scale? Like, let's say you had to pay to book, right? How high end are you willing to do? What table cost are you willing to put down for?
I don't
Cheeky
know
Nando's.
what our amount is. Not a cheeky Nando's.
Okay, so let's look at it this way. Like, we know how expensive, like, say, like, university books are in this world, roughly, right? And we know that you've essentially bought one for like 200 credits. So using that, link to
That's
our
basically
world,
a 1-to-1.
right?
Yeah, pretty close in some
Which
cases. I've
depressing.
seen ones that are higher, which is terrifying. So we're probably talking like small meals that we've got in the past have been like in the sort of 20 to 50 region, I feel like.
Yeah, easy. Yeah, easy.
So I would probably be willing to put down a few hundred.
Yeah, sure, cool.
Since I am asking her to go out her way and potentially donate blood and go through scans.
Yeah, exactly.
And she's a queen, Ryan.
Yes, it's true.
And not just in as much as all women are queens, Ryan. And she's literally a queen.
That is true. Yes. So yeah, want to just say 200 then? And we'll just
Call it another 2.
Yeah, sure.
Changing the 5 to a 3.
Okay.
There we go.
And then What do you do for your day and a half before she arrives? Besides that, anything particular?
Well, yeah. Besides, I would just for a second. I think he'd probably go for maybe not something elven because he figures that's maybe a bit pedestrian for her.
Okay. Yeah.
So
And you're on versus, so you
do we
get a good
have
range
like
of things.
what kind of cuisine we're going for chart that I can roll on?
Sure, let's find one, right? So let's see. Types of cuisine chart to roll randomly on. Let's see what Google gives me. Wow, list of rolled foods is not what I was looking for, but that's a funny all correct, if you will. Let's see. There's a wild chart here for, what is it, wild cooking table?
Wild, absolutely wild.
Give me a D100 just for this table, and we'll have this to fill
Fuck, right,
the gap.
okay.
Yeah, this is
A
not going
D
to be.
of 100. I roll for thee.
That's
It's a
amazing.
1.
That's amazing.
It's just as likely as any other number, Ryan. How dare you?
No, just for the what it is. So the result. Keep in mind, this is just for the killing time on the search, but overcooked beans make digestion difficult. The party takes a -5 to stealth rolls for the next 12 hours.
Wow.
That was that particular roll. So let me look for something a bit more relevant. So
Thankfully, I wasn't just going for beans.
Random restaurant generator. There we go. Let's see what we get on this then. What are you looking for? Where are you looking for a restaurant? And are you looking for a specific type of food? Let's click on expensive, and let's say we're willing to drive very far. What's a good city we can base this on? What do you think will be like a multicultural enough city? Okay, so the suggestion I got is the Italian cafe. Is the suggestion I got?
That feels ill suited to the setting. I'll be honest.
Okay, so what do you think? What's the equivalent of the Italians in Starfinder?
The Castrovalians.
Okay.
Okay, so just like
They come
Maybe
in two
not so
forms.
exotic for her either.
yeah, but it's like maybe it's like a Lashuntan dish rather than like an elven dish, right?
Yeah.
It's
So
a
it's
calzone to model the form of space.
yeah. Because in that way it's still of Castroval, which she's familiar with, just not. You bought an elven food. It's you got her something off her planet.
Yeah. Okay, Castrovalian, which works for me.
I actually totally missed Siren's comment about arm wrestling to be captain. I thought it was another Vesk. Yep. So yeah, you book I guess some kind of Lashuntan restaurant then. Yep.
Cool.
Anything else you want to do in your day and a half?
Yeah, with that time, I will do some sort of general internet trolling and what have you, just keeping myself abreast of stuff. And I suppose, actually, I need some decent civilian clothes, because probably I didn't bring any with me.
Probably not.
Do you think I could try and get that off an expense budget? I'm going to try. I'm going to go
Sure.
to the robot again.
Yeah, cool, yeah. So we can just have that scene where you head over to the robot, and what do you say?
I say, I require some discretionary spending. Where do I go for that?
Well, it comes up and it says, please enter badge number.
I do.
Yep. And it comes up with your discretionary fund that's been allotted to you for your grade.
Okay.
Yeah, so long as you get, I guess they'd be called like e-receipts because it's that type of world. As long as you get receipts, you have a fund up to 15k for a discretionary fund.
Okay.
Anything above that would need approval from like your direct supervisor.
How do I go about accessing it? Can I just sort of use that through my comm normally?
You'd spend your money, come back with a receipt.
And
It would
get, so it wouldn't be
reimburse.
it would be submitting it after the
Yep.
fact. Okay, that's fine
Yep.
by me.
If you wanted around that, you'd need to speak to your superior to authorize, like, you know, a
Can I
direct fund.
check also if there are any expression of like the terms of, like, for instance, here are some prohibited uses, here are some explicitly, like, here is
I think
what the
anything that
expected use
isn't
is.
directly tied to the investigation you're filing it under, because this would be attached to a case, right? So if it's not attached to a case, the idea of going to a strip joint for, like, you know, every day of the
Okay.
week, maybe not.
Because what Lyko is thinking is, what if he buys a new suit using the funds so that he can wine and dine an important diplomat
Mhm,
who he
mhm.
needs to interview to get biological samples for a case.
Right, it could be, right? I mean, it does definitely not totally seem like bribery, but also totally works. Visual bribery, is that a thing?
It's like I am just
Yeah.
making sure to present myself and put my best foot forward,
I think
so
that'd
that
be
when I
fine.
talk to this important person in a sort of, you know,
Yeah, I don't think that'd be an issue. I feel like, you know, the answer that Babak would give you is that he would probably authorize the clothing budget, right? You can probably safely say Babak would do that for you. Whether or not, like, you know, this, like, office supervisor, because obviously Babak's not on planet at the moment, whoever's running the Steward HQ at the moment, I don't know who that is, by the way. But whoever's in charge of the building at the moment probably would ask more questions than he would. But if he then bumped up to what do you call him, like Babak's level for like any further information, Babak would probably just say, yeah, shut up and let him do what he's doing. You know enough about Babak for that. So, yeah.
Okay. If that is indeed the case, then I will go out and just buy myself a decent suit and put in to get the funds sent back to me after the fact. So, Lyko's going to go out and look for a suit that visibly costs a reasonable amount, but doesn't look like he's trying too hard.
Mm-hmm. You're also going to refund yourself your 400 you've spent so far through the same methodology, or for the book and the booking?
I think maybe not, because he sort of gets something out of that in a way. Like, he's, you know, he is going out and eating out.
Mhm.
There's
Okay, yeah.
like a part of that where it's like, well, but yeah, but probably he could. So, you know what? I think he'll I think he will do that after the fact. But yeah, maybe not the book. The book is also personal use,
Okay, sure.
so he might feel ethically he shouldn't overdo it.
Mm-hmm. And you, as I said, you get a 15k limit before you need, like, you know, supervisor approval. So, yeah, I'm sure you could go find yourself a nice suit.
Yeah, so something in the sort of like a nice suit, I'm assuming is what, like a few hundred probably.
Like a nice suit would be a few hundred. A very nice designer suit would be like a couple of thousand, right? Depending on how crazy nice you are. Like if you're going like
yeah, he's
proper,
not going that far.
Yeah, you're not going into like crazy celebrity territory. So yeah, like a couple hundred would be fine. But it's
so I'll
definitely
knock
going to
it
be
down
under.
a couple hundred for now, and then we'll get back to with the discretionary fund later.
Sure. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And yeah, that's how I'll spend the remainder of my day, going out and looking for the suit.
Nice. Won't take you long at all, obviously. As I said, Versus is a very upmarket, like, city strip around the planet. So it's easy enough to find something. You'll probably be helped very efficiently by people. And then, yeah, I guess we can skip to the part where... Do you head to the restaurant first? Do you send Thanai the details, like, obviously, of where to meet? Once it's booked.
Yeah,
Like,
of course.
So yeah, and you said you head first, so you'll be waiting at the table.
Yeah, I will do.
Yep. And then eventually, you're both alerted by like one of the kind of like waiting staff that appears next to you. They let you know that your guest has arrived, and then they lead your guest to you at the same time. And then the camera pans up and we see obviously the beautiful Thanaida walking past the crowd, turning heads because, you know, she does that. Wearing a very kind of deep, kind of like wine red maybe. Wine red kind of cocktail dress type thing that she's wearing. With her silver hair over her shoulders, and then she smiles as like she obviously like sees you, and then sits at the table. The, you know, white staff put the seat in behind her, etc. She looks up at you and she says, "Well, isn't this a much more pleasant environment?"
More pleasant than where?
And she looks around. There's most places.
More pleasant than many. That's absolutely true. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for the surroundings. It's nice to breathe
You're welcome.
non-recycled air.
I imagine. Yeah. Well, before we move on to business, shall we? Any sort of gestures to the menus or e-menus or whatever they
Yeah.
might be.
Yep.
Sort of hard light menus flickering in the middle of the day. Probably not flickering, probably pretty consistent here.
Yeah. Yeah, they pay their bills. So yeah. I like to believe she'll order something horrendous like Nisselosaur or something as well, like a Nisselosaur steak again, because that's a nice callback to that episode.
And I will not do that.
Yeah.
What I'll instead do is I will order whatever I've seen people order traditionally at, like, you know, maybe seen hires up or
Okay, yeah.
more
Would
sort
you
of
like to roll culture
what I would
to know
imagine
what to
Edgar
order?
might order, for instance. Sorry.
So would you like to roll culture? To see
I
what to
I
order?
would. It's actually pretty relevant here. It's a 51.
It's a pretty good roll.
That's a pretty good roll.
Yeah, it's a pretty good roll. So
It's a strong roll.
it is a strong roll.
Strong.
Yeah, I think if we're basing it on, like, as I said, the elites that you are aware of, then maybe there's some kind of strange, very rare, like, fish-based soup that comes from Breveda. That's like super rare because like they only make like once every like 10 years or something, right? Something like really obscure that, you know, if you're able to like get it, it means you're pretty well to do, and it's meant to be like a very unique experience between people that eat it. So yeah, it's quite a delicacy, but it's probably pricey.
Okay.
Yeah.
How pricey?
We're talking like tell you what, roll me a d6.
Oy vey.
Yeah, roll me a d6 and we'll see where it falls on the...
It's a 4.
Okay, 750 for the plate.
Oy.
Yep. And it's going to look like, you know, it's going to be like almost like little pieces of sushi that float in a soup.
Okay. So, I think what you will see is, you know, I maybe as it's
So obviously there'll be no prices on the menu, remember? This would be like an after the fact thing. Yeah.
When he orders it, you know, he'll maybe say something like after the wait staff have gone, or like, you know, I won't be putting that on expenses.
And she I think like
As in, like, he
yeah.
knows it's an extravagance
Mhm.
that he's allowing
Yeah.
himself.
And then Athena just kind of like smiles at that and she says, "You'll have to let me know what you experience."
He would begin eating at an appropriate moment.
Yeah, and then like yeah, she'll tuck into her stick. You know, she's fairly she's not exactly table manners focused when it comes to eating.
Yeah, she's an old, she's a monarch of old time.
Yeah, and she's a lot more like, she's very happy to cut up her, like, you know, her steak and then just like eat it by hand. As she kind of like tucks through a meal. Like you can
Which
tell.
is actually something that Lyko is entirely comfortable with as well, but he just doesn't want to do that in public in a high-end restaurant.
That makes sense, yeah. But yeah, she's she has like quite clearly like like eating rituals, like the way like she uses her hands, the way she like where she keeps her hands when she's maybe like making small talk in between like bites in the meal and stuff. I think like the small talk she's making is about like what's been happening with the business that obviously Weird's been like pretty much signed
Okay.
over. Talking about obviously like Ray's Kishi with the ambulance refit. Since it was refit from an ambulance to be refitted back into an ambulance essentially. It's like a kind of mobile surgery. With Nazma Keklik kind of operating primarily out of that. Like they're keeping their office on Daza for like appointments and walk-ins and such, and that referral up to the ship. So like just like I get in just what she's been up to, ultimately.
Yeah, and I'd sort of generally keep her abreast of things, but like in a sort of lighter way due to the environment, like not
Mhm.
getting too deep into things. And I'd inquire after Nazma Kek, like
Yeah, I think you'll probably have like she'll probably say, "Oh yeah, I think you're overdue for a checkup." Would be like one of the lighter points of the conversation as well.
yeah, and she'd get a response of something like, "I've been meaning to, but things have been."
And she puts like a hand up and goes, "I think he understands." He has been quite busy himself, you see, taking the lead on a lot of these surgeries. And we might be expanding our staff to include more surgeons, in fact.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're having success.
For now, we are a new name, and thus we are cheap. So, it seems to be going well.
Glad to hear it. I'm sure Weird is also very pleased. Almost as pleased as he is uncommunicative.
She laughs very, like, politely, and then she says, "So he isn't dead then?"
No, he is still very much among the living. Or at least he was a short while ago. Because I can't remember the exact time I last saw him. Fuck that.
Yeah. She does say his last communication to me was it had some kind of finalistic vibes to it, and that's all.
There have been a lot of things happening recently that have been extremely serious and potentially extremely dangerous. And I think we're approaching a crescendo in the sort of ongoing situation in the pact.
And she kind of just like
It's-
nods as she's like, taking bites of her steak.
It's difficult for us to guarantee our presence at any particular space or time, or even, frankly, in general. At this point, there have been
She cocks her head, like her body language shifts. You can clearly tell that you've immediately lost her attention.
something wrong.
And she gives you like a very quick look with her eyes, and then turns back and smiles and says, "Sorry, you were saying," and then like stretches out her hand, like maybe if you're holding your glass or something, she'll stretch out her hand and like touch your hand, and then you hear telepathically her say, "Were you followed?"
I wasn't telepathically, if I can respond telepathically.
Mm-hmm. You can definitely try. So yeah.
I wasn't exactly on guard while I was moving around.
Perhaps
Do you
when we're
see?
done, we should go for dessert somewhere less upmarket. We can change the conversation topic there. And she lets go of your hand, and then lifts like her glass and takes a drink and smiles as if conversation and the mood's still going on normally, like that conversation didn't just happen.
Okay. Yeah, and I would sort of do the same. Go back to small talk.
Yeah, and then like she like finishes her meal, and then she then says like, you know, perhaps we should go try some ice cream. Perhaps I seen a stall near the Starbase. So what is it? Space Dock? It'd be called, yeah. Space Dock, Star Dock, Starport.
Yeah,
There we go.
whatever.
Like next to the Starport, where I docked the shuttle. And she smiles and then says, like,
Very good.
shall we?
Please, let's.
Okay. Now, she goes to settle the bill. Does Lyko stop her, or do you allow her to?
I think he would go and offer, and he would say, "Please, you were here as my guest. I should."
And she smiles and goes, then what am I to do with all this money I keep making if I keep being gifted such pleasant evenings?
Well,
And like, as you're even thinking of the response, she just scans her comm over the, you know, the
he
table
shakes
menu.
his head, like thinking this could be seen as the wrong way to go about this. He's like, "Well, yeah, I suppose I can see where you're coming from there. Thank you very much. I appreciate that."
Let's go and talk some more somewhere else. And she just smiles very like politely at that, knowing full well she feels surveilled. Like you can
And
definitely
then I put my credits back to what they were before I did
Yeah.
750,
Yep.
which thankfully I remember because my mental arithmetic is awful and it would have taken me a while.
Yep.
Um,
and obviously whatever her meal would have cost as well, which I don't even know how much like Nisol would have cost, but probably maybe somewhere closer to the 200 price mark than your extravagant rare meal. So as you stand up to leave, you're a bit lightheaded.
okay.
But you shake it off, much in the style of Taylor Swift. And then you follow Thanaida out. You
Do
head
I
out
feel like that could have been from
the
an
food.
effect of the meal?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's in keeping with the meal. And then you and Thanaida head down. Like you just walk a bit through the again the very pleasant city. And as I said, Versus is very nicely maintained. Unless it's the diners, and then you get to the ice cream place, and like once you have your ice cream, you just go like a wander down wherever the I don't know, promenade or something pleasant and park like as well. She then says, so there was a couple of gentlemen in that restaurant that were very interested in you.
Can you describe them for me?
She does. She then says, a side effect of the meat, you may remember.
Huh. I'd
Mm.
wondered if that's why you were doing it. Liver.
She goes, it's actually just a nice meal. And she just laughs. But a convenient
I
side
would have
effect.
thought a queen would would put thought into that sort of thing as a matter of course.
And she laughs. And she goes, old habits.
Also, matter of course is a really good pun, by the
Yeah,
way. So that
also
you can all
like
acknowledge
purely for I was going to make her reference to that, like first course, main course. I was going to make a joke there as well, but I didn't, because I think she's better than us. So the
Sure.
joys, yeah. And I imagine you just have like very generic looking like 99 cones, that I like the visual of. So she's enjoying ice cream, as you walk and talk, and she goes, so, who have you annoyed enough to be a point of interest? She said,
Well,
eating her cone.
before Lyko answers that,
Yeah,
Colin sort of wants to know what the people were like.
yeah. So realistically, you just kind of need to roll something that would let you know if the description would be right. Like, so perception probably right, or some kind of
Perception?
historically power.
I wonder if culture might even be it, like
Yeah.
as in identifying.
I'll
what
give you
group
that,
they
yeah.
are.
Mhm.
It's a 37.
Yeah. They're probably Triaxian gang members.
Oh, right. Yeah, I will say then to her. I don't know if it's a matter of who I've pissed off so much as who I've worried.
Kind of raises an eyebrow at you.
I had. I think he's going to simplify it and say a number of conversations rather than say one conversation. I had a conversation with another person in front of, like, with one Mr. White Blossom, if you're familiar.
Kind of like thinks, and she's like, it's like, I know the name, but I don't know if it's me that remembers the name or if it is my other memories.
Could be both. He's a white dragon. Powerful individual, well connected. Evidently, even here.
Can I just nod you? Because as far as I know, he owns about a fifth of Traxxas, give or take. So
He's a major player, and some of the information I shared with him, while he was happy to have it, he wasn't especially happy to hear. Discussed a number of matters. He was helpful enough to facilitate a meeting with one MO Narakas.
huh, how'd that go?
Surprisingly well. I am thankful for her directness. She makes little effort to hide her nature. She is pretty forthright about.
And like Salida laughs a
Well-
little and says, like, oh, if I didn't know any better, I'd think you were flirting with me.
That slightly confused Colin, never mind.
It's because you're describing traits that also describe her, right?
Okay,
That's why she's pointing
true.
that out. It's like,
okay, yeah, I can see. I appreciated that she wasn't attempting to put on the public face of Aspis as a corporation that donates to any sort of gestures to his badge, like the stewards and many other. He did not. She made no effort to come across as anything other than the head of an extremely shady arms and other forms of clandestine research organization.
I think it's like Salida, like, you know, eats her flake off the top of the, or other chocolate, like, you know, candy bars are available too. But yeah, she eats that, and then switches the cones as you're talking.
Wait, switches air cones.
Because she wants your flake.
Okay. Sure. Just sort of shakes his head ever so slightly in amusement.
And she, like, when she
What
does
ended
that,
up,
she then says, "Did you get what you needed from her?"
I got some of what we needed, but the main thing remains to be. I think you're going to be interested in this part anyway, and I sort of take a quick look around just in case anyone's about.
Feel free to roll perception.
Sorry, what's that there? Perception. 36.
Yeah, you look secluded enough. Yep.
There was a small matter of an attempt on her life. I was able to assist her with that. That's endeared me to her somewhat, I believe, and perhaps makes matters smoother. But we're gonna have to hand over Query in exchange for a bioweapon she's developing against the Elibrian.
Salida, like, stops at that and looks at you, and she goes, "Right. So that's why we're keeping him."
Well, we were keeping him for other reasons. We've looked into his head now.
She gives you, like, not quite a double take, but she gives you, like, a very raised eyebrow, like, "How did that go?" type reaction, you know.
I think he sort of immediately reads, like, he would
Mhm.
get that, but he
Yeah.
would also sort of think that. So he would say, like, for the record, my suggestion was that we have you do it, but time is pressing. It's hard to say. We gained some information. I think the most important thing we gained was a sense of just how much his world differed from ours, and also how much it had in common. It was a little messier than just people in flipped roles. It was, well, when I met with Emma and Arrakis, I discussed our situation frankly, and she pretty much did the same. And what we sort of came to the conclusion was that she believed, she wasn't really able to explain at great length why, Edgar was not the alternate version or their world's version of Weird or any of his prior incarnations. That he was in fact, to her mind, their world's version of Edgar.
Oh. How is Edgar?
Dead.
Oh. She does look genuinely sad at that. I liked him.
Honestly, most of the time, so did I.
Did his death get you what he needed? Like, just immediately back to the, slightly callous side of Thanida.
I think it's helped, yes.
She kind of just nods to that and says,
Unfortunately, I didn't explicitly bargain on his death because I wanted to avoid it if possible, and because I wasn't entirely convinced I could guarantee it.
she kind of just nods. Maybe she doesn't nod. She nods and maybe puts like a hand on your shoulder and then kind of like grips your shoulder tightly and then says, "You learn quickly when you're given people's lives to look after, to supervise, to judge, to rule over, that you really have no place doing it in the first place." And she goes back to like licking her cone.
Well, I believe we're on a path that makes victory more likely than it.
So the universe doesn't
If you,
blow up.
that's the idea.
Good.
One
I-
thing that we
She immediately says after good, she goes, "How can I help?" Clearly like running off the "I don't want the universe to blow up" part of that conversation.
there are still pieces and pieces we don't understand at all, and which going to the other world and their version of the stewards, which I can't remember the name of, but we did mention the past due to a different name, that we haven't been able to gain information on, or we couldn't stay there long. Remains the only drow in the steward service.
Sorry, I think I lost
There's
your audio
no
for a
one-
second there.
Sorry?
Yep, so I got everything up to including, I think we had a different name for the stewards, but then I lost you from that point on.
Yeah, and it was just sort of like, there was other stuff we couldn't get, basically, because his mind, we couldn't stay there long. So, my colleague and friend, I'll add and friend, yeah. Officer Shakos remains the only drow in the steward service. There's no one that they can formally request provide medical scans or samples to allow for testing. They
She just smiles and nods, and then she goes, "So you want my blood?"
blood and, if possible, your presence for some scans.
I see.
I understand you may be skeptical.
She looks at you for like a second or two, and just like breaks the tension of the look by like bringing the cone up to her mouth and takes a lick, and then she says, "How much blood and time do you need from me?"
I don't believe it's going to be a great deal of either. The scans they ran on me didn't take long. They didn't draw a great deal of blood from me. Might be a little bit more extensive because you're more comparable.
She goes, "Such a romantic." And then she says, "I have no issue with any of this. I just feel you could have been more direct. You didn't have to." And she like adjusts like your suit on you a little by the shoulders and stuff. All this effort, to court it, as it were. But I appreciate the effort.
I couldn't possibly have I couldn't possibly have brought you here for soda and a hot dog at a diner. You are, after all, a queen.
She laughs and she goes, "Next time then."
Happy to. Besides, it was worthwhile that we spoke. There will be more things we can fill you in on. I think there is something that I should, because I don't know how much you know. Have you heard from Zig recently?
And she gives you like a very worried look when you say that. What's going through Lyco's head? Because the reason she knew you were going to ask for her blood's because of the Nilsilosaur. So, what's going through your head before you say that? Like, how much would she get?
He's sort of vaguely hoping that she has, but pretty certain that she won't have.
Okay. And then he goes, "Have you lost him? He hasn't got himself killed, has he?"
No. We don't know where he is. I think he went. There was something involving Isabel Furler. She's reinstated, I think. She was reinstated, wasn't she?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, the escade of Abadar.
That's fine, yeah.
They had some. When he did that bizarre jaunt through time in the past, he somehow roped her into his scheme, or vice versa. They met up. We looked for him after the fact. They were no longer aboard the vessel. I think he's gone back in time again, but I don't know.
Huh. And she goes like, "That's a bit to process, obviously. For
It
Thanaida."
took him a while to get back last time. Maybe that's all he needs.
I'll let you know if I hear anything.
Thank you. I thought you'd rather hear
nods.
this in person than over.
I appreciate it a lot. I am very fond of him, after all.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah, and she kind of like, hooks your arm and carries on walking down like the promenade with you. Anything else you want to convey to her?
Yeah, actually, there is something.
Yeah.
A couple of things I want to discuss with her, and I'll sort of start with. I know you're probably still experiencing the effects of your meal. I am a little myself. It does make you feel a little woozy, but I have to ask. If only for my own sake, hearing the words come out of my mouth. Emma said in the presence of White Blossom that when your name was mentioned, that you might be more dangerous than any of us in the room. Why does she think that? Is she right?
Yeah, I think Thanaida stops when you say that. And kind of turns and looks at you in the street and then says, "I mean, I'd like to take this as a compliment, but perhaps it was an attempt at and she looks for the phrase in her head and goes, driving a wedge between us."
That had occurred to me.
I like to think of myself as capable. I guess that could be described as dangerous. I have been a threat to you in the past. Like as if she's trying to quantify what it means to be called that. You can roll sense motive on her if you want.
You know what? Yes, I will. Because, yeah, why would I not?
What is it you're looking for specifically?
Essentially, does she have any inkling as to something beyond her abilities that would potentially make her someone that we might consider a threat?
Okay. Yep. Oh, loud. And yeah. She looks you up and down, and obviously as you can, gauge from her posturing.
And she probably still knows what's going through my head.
Yeah, like she probably has an idea that you're trying to read her that. She thinks of herself as dangerous. Like, she is very capable, as you've seen. She's managed to jujitsu your captain. She's, managed to take on both Weird and Zora very briefly when she was amped up on radiation. She survived that. as well. Which a lot
Juice.
of Dark Elf, yeah, like a lot of Dark Elves don't.
Temporarily killed
Yeah, Edgar, right?
Edgar.
Yeah, like just like with reflexes essentially. So yeah, like she is pretty dangerous to be fair, and she does know it. She's clearly playing down the. She got very humbled when when you guys went out of your way to make sure she was okay. That really brought her down a lot to the part where it was like, wow, I was like a complete liability to these people and they still went out of their way to look after me. So like, that's why she is like so like happy to be like, I wouldn't deny I'm a threat, but at the same time, I'm not a threat to you anymore. So,
yeah, so all I'm getting is that she knows that physically she is more than capable of being a threat.
and the fact that you know that she could hurt Edgar enough to slow him down meant that she probably could take on Emma O, because Edgar was taking on Emma O, right?
To be fair, I'm not entirely convinced that with better armor and resistances, I couldn't have done that. But,
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But that kind of gives you a scale of where like Thanaida maybe is in all this.
Yeah. That is pretty powerful.
But yeah, like she doesn't really say too much other than she knows you're picking up on her self-assuredness and her own capabilities, and just what you've witnessed her being able to do. But Lyko could piece all that together with, if she's able to take on Edgar, Edgar was able to take on Emma. I feel like I could have taken on Emma where I am with the right equipment. Then, yeah, but then it's the White Blossom part. You don't know like what he's capable of.
That's because like aside from his almost certainly enormous raw power, because dragon.
You gotta imagine he's probably old as well, though. So whether or not that means he grows in power or is waning, it's unknown.
Yeah.
Right.
But also, massive criminal empire.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Legitimate business empire. Okay. Alleged criminal. But yes, he definitely. It's legal in Triaxis, right? So yeah, it's difficult to gauge where she lies there because you did see a dead dragon in her crazy Colosseum basement thing in our palace.
Sure. We looted the dragon.
So why do you think White Blossom might think of her as a massive threat if it was like, for example, potentially the mother or grandmother of Hermione?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So if she took down like a matriarchal dragon of essentially this world's 5, that's probably quite scary, right?
Okay.
So yeah, there's probably enough evidence for Lyko to be like, wait, she is kind of scary.
Oh yeah. I know like physically she's like she is pretty high tier. I've gathered that from what she's done, but he is also just like dangerous to her doesn't necessarily mean high stats.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, so yeah, I think you could probably be enough to piece together. Maybe Emma O knows more about Thanaida than, because let's face it, Emma O runs Aspis. Aspis clearly had tabs on all the Drow activity with the arms dealings that they did, especially with the theft of Hermione. Remember, and his stuff that the Drow were responsible for. So
I do remember. Yeah.
There's clearly a tie-in there. That might then lead to you assuming that Lantoral and Emma O had connections at one point. Remember, Lantoral was seen on Triaxis?
Yes,
according to
I do
Babak.
remember that. Oh, no, yeah, that's how we sort of confirmed that the timeline was a bit weird.
Yep, so that means that it's likely that Lantoral and Emma O probably have interactions, unless you assume it was White Blossom and Lantoral. It could be all three of them in bed together, as it were, business-wise. So, yeah, I think knowing that, plus the fact that, she had a dead dragon in her basement, for lack of a better term, it's probably quite easy to see why they would worry about her as, I guess, a force of nature within the Drow. Because if she came back, it might be very Aragon moments for the Drow, right?
Okay.
The queen that once was, etc. So yeah,
it was really just sort of trying to get a gauge. Just like, does she think it is just because of her ability? And
but it's good to quantify everything that you've seen as well, though, because it's good to remind ourselves of everything that would support this. Because that is scary. The idea that she's taken down a matriarchal dragon, whether by herself or otherwise. So yeah, definitely a reputation at least she has with them. But she still seems vague on the details, right?
Okay.
Like she doesn't seem to think like. Obviously, though, she is aware there was a dead dragon, and everything else. She is aware of everything that you're aware of up until the meta, right? So, yeah. But beyond that, it's not like, oh, the reason they think this is because of this exact moment. There's no light bulb moment.
Yeah. Okay. Just trying to get a gauge in it.
It's good. That's a good thing to highlight. Yep.
Um,
Anything else that comes up in conversation, or does that or do you have like a reply to like before she says anything?
I think he would just sort of like give a slightly sheepish grin, knowing that at this moment he can very easily be read,
Yeah.
and say, "Apologies, I had to ask."
She goes, "You wouldn't be you if you didn't." And she just like smiles and kind of carries on walking.
Yeah, that's fair.
Then she says, don't imagine I made too many friends back in my day, but I feel like if I'm feared still, my reputation must have been worth something."
Or then I'm going to bring up the thing that you sort of mentioned there, or maybe the fear of what a change in leadership among your people could bring about.
And she laughs again. She says, "I haven't not thought a long time about this. In fact, it would be interesting to reclaim my throne. I'm not even sure I don't have it in this timeline." And she gives you that's when she kind of turns and gives you a very unsure look, right? It's here's me conveying the I don't actually know why I'm here vibe, because we know she's an anomaly, right? Time-wise.
Yeah.
Um,
I think I will sort of acknowledge that, because this sort of does tie into yeah, it's an interesting question. How different are timelines, and what does that mean relative to a different universe? What exactly is it? There's a lot of questions that could have a lot of bearing on.
Was I in the other universe?
I believe, yeah, she was the queen there.
Yeah, she was the active head of the queen, head of the drow. Sorry.
From what I saw, it looked like you were in the position your sister occupies here and now.
And she kind of goes, then it's perhaps advisable I don't take over.
At least for the time being.
She laughs and she says, I mean, ambition is noble after all. And laughs playfully at that. And then kind of goes serious again and says, I would hate to be one of the many dominoes falling towards the collapse of this universe.
There are no one person is going to be the problem, but there are. I think you probably have some insight here. Bone sages. Oh wow, coming through really
possessing
loudly.
Nico. Yeah. Nico, wake up! Hello.
I punched the mic. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Please don't.
Random Vesk aggression.
As a bit.
Also, good night.
Yeah.
Good night, Siren.
Good night.
Good night. The bone sages in this world, their role is a little different. In the other world, they are trying to search for the exact same artifacts, and they are led by Urgalis. As far as I can tell, it's very much an undead bone sage Urgalis. There's no mention that I can see of my friend Sindale. Suggests that whatever their goal, even if it's completely contrary to what it is in our world, they're always gonna search for these. As soon as Urgalas is in the scene, he will always And that suggests to me that perhaps we can't take it for granted that these artifacts will achieve his stated goal, or that that's what they're really for. I don't doubt that a man who watched his world die, and then if his claims are true, did everything he could to talk the leadership down from the path that ultimately doomed them. He must feel that his inability to get them to listen makes him maybe even as responsible as them. I have no doubt that his guilt is real and that he wants to restore his world. But I do have doubt that what he told Zig was entirely the truth. Bone Sage version of him might want exactly the same thing and might want to go about it in exactly the same way.
So Tanaira speaks up when you say that, and she goes, I find myself not too dissimilar to his predicament myself. Waking up out of time, having lost what I once had. I am having it taken from me, in fact. But I did not seek to scramble for it back. I was happy to adapt and move forward. Perhaps he could be convinced to do the same.
Maybe. I think his power might be too great.
She laughs and she kind of like playfully punches your arm, I think, even. As she goes, "You doubt me now?" She does like does like a fake bicep show off. Shows you.
I know she's really kind of jokey, but
Mhm.
you're still getting a sincere answer for Ligo. But his power is unbelievable. I mean, it's the entire Vesk forces are, well, not the entire of them, but like the sort of the better part of the Vesk forces are intent on a headlong charge at him, and just about everyone rates their chances as being not high at success. When you have that kind of power, the power that could rearrange the worlds, how do you resist the temptation? I don't think with the power of a god in the hands of a man, I don't even think with the power of the god in the hands of a god, it's really avoidable.
Like she her playfulness kind of falls to the side, and she says, "And what would you do if you could make a meaningful impact on the pieces at play?"
You know, I'm not saying I don't ever go in for wishful thinking. I do. I'm as guilty of that as any man, but I've never sat down and thought about what would I do if I had his power. I guess I don't like to think about it. When I faced Edgar, he was able to briefly dominate my mind. How do you have that power? I mean, for all I know, you do have that power. Seems likely. How does a person know that they can do that and not do it? That's
Yeah, you
yeah.
definitely see like a serious look on her face, and she says, "As I said earlier, when you have power over people, when you rule over people, you often find that you have no right doing so." And so she reiterates her words there, and then she says, "I definitely do believe I could make you do anything I chose you to, if I put enough effort into it. But," and she kind of shrugs and she goes, "I think it's about respect. Having the power to do something and knowing when to use it, for what reason, and to justify it to yourself." And she shrugs that thought process off, and then she almost fake shivers, and she says, "You can't please everyone, Lyko."
Oh, I know that. Let me If I can just... My power's growing. I'm more and more like... And I'm assuming she can probably still hear my mind, so he just says them. More like them, and less like a human man. And on some level it worries me. I don't... I don't agree with a lot of the choices I've made this time, ethically, I mean. But I had to make them, and I don't know that I would change them. I felt... When I faced Edgar, I wanted him to stand down. I wanted him to give up. I wanted him to surrender and see reason and, you know, do his little coup at another time. It's just a damn company. I mean, as powerful as it is, what's the point of a company if the world burns?
She stops you there and she goes, I don't think you understand legacy. Perhaps because yours was taken from you.
But I know this. I know that I'm changing. I know that I'm growing. I know that I can do things that I couldn't do before, and I can't explain how or why I can do them. I'm not entirely sure I couldn't have... If I'd went in prepared, I think I could have killed both of them, frankly.
She kind of looks to the side as if thinking that over and she goes, but then I don't think you would quite have everything you need going forward.
No. But part of me wanted to. And
why didn't you? She just I guess she probably just smirks at that, right?
That's the point. Because I wasn't sure. But when I am sure, when the day comes when I can feel it, and I know for sure that when I stand before the next power in this world, the next rogue bone sage or Vesk leader or Haledgen war criminal, not war criminal,
warlord,
Haledgen
arms dealer,
yeah, arms dealer, whatever else she is, and know they can't stop me. Am I gonna? Is there gonna be enough restraint in me to decide? But it's not a good idea. But I don't have the right. I wore this badge again because it might really be the end. And I said to myself, and I said to them, that if it was going to be the end, or if the end was even a possibility, then I wanted to go out as what I really was. I have something to uphold, this pact. But it never occurred to me I might be in a position where I was powerful enough to impose my will on the world.
And what is Lyco's will? And she smiles at you.
The answer is quite honestly, I don't know. In the moment, I have ideas of who should be punished, who should be stopped.
She puts her hands up to wave that off. She goes, let's say you've just defeated this Argalas. Let's say his power didn't dissipate into the wind. Let's say it went into you. What then? Let's say right now you have his, godlike capabilities at your disposal now. She looks around. What would you do?
I'd drive the Vesk out the system.
Where to? Would you simply return them home, or would you fear they return just the next day?
I'd send them home, but of course they'd return.
And if they come back?
Well, if I had that kind of power, he's not really made an effort to fight them. They're gonna soon find out that he can severely redress the tables, that he can tip the balance of their war firmly against them, and without Tectalanus fighting the swarm, which by the way is a thing that's happening now.
She just nods like, okay.
Without that, the Viscarium would crumble. And I know what Urgalas can do.
She then like cocks her head and she goes, so if you believe this Illybrian's looking for his people back, what happens when the Bone Sages fighting the swarm vanish? Perhaps this Urgalas has already solved the Viscarium problem he faces. Could all be factored into his grand plan.
But oh no. No. He couldn't do that without one of the Bone Sages on side. He would need. We had considered the possibility that they weren't.
What would he need the Bone Sages for if he has the Illybrian's gifts?
He would need to maneuver. He would need to maneuver the Corpse Fleet. He would need to maneuver Tectalanus.
She like puts her hand up and goes, wouldn't they simply cease to have existed?
Sure, but he would need to guarantee that they were in the right place for his plan to come to fruition.
She nods and she goes,
and they are.
Like, she kind of nods going, because obviously keep in mind she doesn't have every single piece of this puzzle herself. Like some of that might have been meted, some of that.
Tectalanus wants or wanted Urgalas unearthed. Tectalanus is involved in Urgalas's plan, and vice versa, and that seems to hold true in the other world. But Syndeo wasn't. I couldn't find any trace of him over there. If the roles were switched, but the two were working together, that wouldn't matter. But maybe it indicates that Syndeo really isn't involved. Syndeo seems to be intent on gaining.
If the roles are switched, he might simply have been exiled and not required.
True.
He might be floating in space somewhere peacefully, ignorant, or at least could have been.
I think Syndale is genuine. Because if he weren't, he knows too much. And he has changed himself. He's becoming more alive.
She kind of like gives you a funny look when you say that.
He has his own methods, but they're working. He's not following Urgalas's reset the past approach. Undo.
If Syndale has restored himself to the living, then why not?
He hasn't quite restored himself to life.
Right. Like she's a bit like mind blown by that.
Are you? How much are you still getting?
And she kind of like shaking her head because it's mostly worn off, unfortunately.
Like me, he's made himself. He's a halfway point. Not really undead, not like he was, but certainly not truly alive.
Interesting. So he's, no offense, steps down to take on a new.
His power does seem to have changed. Has it lessened? I'm not sure, but it has. It has changed.
Kind of just nods at that. She just looks like deep like deep thought. Like she's trying to like obviously construct the picture in her mind herself, from everything you've told her so far.
We should head back to the headquarters. Shakos's case, you know enough about I assume know how it ties into the bioweapon, etc. Whatever happened to Shakos, it could have relevance to all of this. I am not just doing this because she's my friend. Although, for the record, I would just do this because she's my friend.
She turns to you and she says, "Are we in such a rush that we should head there straight away? My blood may be full of alcohol currently, and I intend to put more in it. Would you like to join me at my hotel?"
It's sort of like, yeah. What's he gonna say to that? Very cautiously. Yes, I can do that.
And she goes, "Well, good." She grabs like your arm. She starts walking with a bit of purpose towards like wherever her hotel spire is, and then on the way she'll say, "Is your friend's body here on Versus?"
She is. She's at headquarters.
Then I'll make you a deal. We will drink the night away, and in the morning, I will see what I can get from your friend, assuming you can get me access to her.
I'm sure I can, but let me just put it this way. There's no reason that they shouldn't be able to psychically reach her, but they can't.
They are not drow. And she just smiles at you.
No, you're right. There's absolutely no chance any of them are.
Just laughs, and then anything you want to say to her before like you wander off and essentially drink the evening away in either the hotel bar or like whatever mini bar is in her room?
I think that's all right.
Yeah, and she is not gonna like hit on you at any point in case you were worried she was gonna try and make a move on Lyko that way. She literally just wants to get drunk. So
okay,
she's happy to like just have company with like no agenda attached to it. Because being stuck in a spaceship for a long periods of time when you're not sure you should be in the timeline is probably disconcerting and existential crisisy. So yeah,
Sure.
She's enjoying just getting to be lavish, I guess. Since the business seems to be doing relatively well. So yeah, she does that. While that's happening, obviously people in Akaton, right? These are in orbit. These have just made orbit. What's the plan? And we may have lost Nico.
Oh no.
Not
Yep.
at all.
Hey!
We've got to contact the man himself, and I'm sorry, Ryan.
Oh dear. That's fine. Let me just
Do we
switch
have
this
to?
over. Let me just switch this over. We'll just go into the.
Who else do you know would pay a premium for some torpedoes?
I mean, probably a few people if we really tried. Like, I think one of the junkies in the alley, mate. No,
I give you 2 bags for the missiles. Yeah. Also, we still have
That's
Zig's
some premium
wonderful his timeline doodle. Yep.
Some premium trash.
Okay. So, you wanna contact Q-Bob?
Yes.
Mm.
Okay, yeah, so you contact
Probably
and then,
all noises that Zora's making as he's.
yeah, it
contact
requests
him.
video. It requests video.
Oh, of course it does, man. Oh.
Yep.
I'll accept.
Yeah, and then like the holo projector like wakes up and it's just like the big chair he sits in as he's like projected in, and like maybe the edges of the chair are cut off from the projector, and he's there and his hand goes out of the projector field and comes back in with like some kind of like squirming bird thing. He starts like chewing into it.
Oh, yeah.
And he says, "The abyss.
Oh.
It's been," and he just like starts munching into the bird. He doesn't even finish the sentence.
Bob.
And he kind of just nods, and then like takes the like whatever's left in his hand after he's tore off most of the bird, like gets like a big handkerchief and starts like patting his lips, and his little antenna twitch, and he's like, "Delightful to have you reach out this way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come visit. You're in orbit, I take it.
Yep. I've also got.
Let's not
some
be
business.
so impersonal then. Bring it to my door.
No problem.
See you soon, Abyss.
Bye.
Zip. like Alice AI just shudders. Like she just holographically shudders.
It's nasty
guys-
creature.
Can you get?
Here you go, Captain. I
Yeah.
say passing the captain a tablet.
Yep. I think like Alice AI turns to you weird and says, "Can you clean out the holo mirrors for me, please?"
They might need replacing.
She just nods gravely.
Well, can we even fit the torpedoes in the shuttle?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, got enough room. Go. Cool.
Yeah.
I will begin loading all that stuff up then.
Yeah. Who are you taking on the mission? Who's going to see Bob with you?
Preferably
Who are you
something
going to
can
call?
fly?
Okay, so
I
Weird.
had better than a +5.
Weird, how's your piloting?
Weird.
17.
It's better than a +5.
But equally, I've just handed you a tablet with my shopping list on.
Yeah. I'm assuming like I've got like a LiPo's like a version of a shopping list as well, or something like that, right? Like,
Probably.
So he will get to you before next session. Yeah.
yeah.
So, yeah.
I'm assuming like at this point Zora just kind of knows the sort of equipment that you want anyway. Like right, sniper rifles.
Even that though, it could just have been something already. Like,
knives, that's your knives.
he has
I
knives.
don't
Yeah.
need knives.
I am
past
knives.
such need.
Sorry, the phrase is "I am my knives." There you go.
I am my knives.
Exactly.
As heavy of armor as possible if needed. We're good. Like good.
Okay, so who's going to the shuttle though? Who are you taking?
I'll take weird.
Perfect.
You don't need to come. You can stay in the shuttle. It's like talking to Wayne. You can stay in the car.
I'll consider my options, Captain.
My thing is,
Well, let's
depending
get
on
it
what
on,
you're
done
buying,
with.
you might need help like moving stuff back and forth to the shuttle. So yeah, I'll give you that. But yeah, so you can jump in the shuttle. Give me a piloting roll to get used to Daza.
If you want, I can deposit the torpedoes from orbit.
Yeah.
So,
32.
yep, perfect. I love how like there was just no response from the captain though. Just,
Yeah, that was just an actual yes.
just like
that.
just deep thought.
Yeah.
Like, what if we just did that?
No,
Is
he
it,
can do that. Yeah.
is it
Yeah.
worth 6 million? Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway,
Definitely thought.
you fly down to Daza, you pay your docking fee, which I'm sure you'll pay, and then yeah, I don't know, it's like 50 credits I think it was last time. So yeah, and you just head over to Big Q-Bubs. You just get in, and yeah, he is there with all of that seedy little kind of, again, almost like a really rundown laundrette, but it's all just monitors that are all kind of like grubby, catalog monitors. And as you just get in, he like puts his bucket to the side and then starts to like pat his hands and like wipes some in his handkerchief and then throws that in the bucket and kind of tries to roll himself out of his chair as he gets up on his feet, and then he says, "Welcome back, my good friend and customer. I see your surgery has went well then." He was gesturing to Weird's legs.
Yes, I had a skilled surgeon.
And he goes, "Good, they suit you. and then just like starts like wiping his lips and
Nasty.
stuff.
Nasty creature.
Just heavy breathing all the way. Yeah, and he goes, "Come back to the VIP room." And he, goes through his beaded doorway. Yep. So I guess he's followed through, and yeah, these are again in what looks a bit more like a kind of almost harem den style room. He goes, "Please rest. Get yourself comfortable."
I will rest standing against the wall.
Okay. I assume we're just stands on his 4 legs.
Yep.
Mhm.
I set my 4 legs to stationary mode.
Okay. It's like you lean down and just flick the switch at one of the wheels, like like a buggy. So I know that's not how you work necessarily, but it's a funny image. And he goes, "And how can I help you? I assume it's business, or is it pleasure?" He chuckles to himself.
Always business.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
Always business.
He goes, "Yes, how very disappointing."
So got some best heavy torpedoes for sale. If you're interested.
"Yes. Why are you looking to offload them? Are they defective?"
Absolutely not. Just need some equipment.
And he goes, "Something the Vesk wouldn't approve of, eh?" And he chuckles to himself again.
I mean, that's probably true, to be fair.
Yeah,
We're probably going to buy some stuff the Vesk wouldn't approve of.
Yeah, that's true. Special Damagesh.
The bullet with his name on it, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You wouldn't approve of this gun that says, "Fuck you, Demogesh," and has his name carved into each bullet in the magazine.
Yeah, I imagine not. That's what I would say.
He kind of like starts patting his neck with his hanky, and he goes, "Well, out with it. What is it you're looking for?"
And I would hand him a data pad full of various items.
Any particular highlights for me, or just various items?
Just items.
Just items.
Various items, and like, I don't know, like, about 300k's worth of fuck you, Damagesh.
Okay.
That I'll try and figure out at some point in the near future.
As I said, I think the rough maths, and I don't really know how you want to divide it up, obviously, but ultimately it's essentially a 2 million budget each, right?
I mean, all my equipment came up to like about 1.55, so I've got like about 300-400 like K's worth of fuck you, Damagesh, like basically, like oh.
So I'm throwing around money, I think we call that, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Right, weird. Is there anything like stand out on your list that might come up in conversation? Besides just the price, yeah.
That's my total so far.
Yeah.
I'll narrow it down.
Okay. Or find something else to barter with as well.
I could sell my services.
Wow.
Or this little 6-armed creature we have.
Oh wow! Don't sell
I'm sorry, but imagine
the captain's pet. Can't sell the captain's pet.
Imagine if we did sell CC.
If you're some DC to Q Bob, I would fling you in the airlock.
Okay.
I would create a wormhole to an airlock.
Yes. And then I would proceed to kick you through another wormhole that would go out the airlock.
But just for a moment, can we consider what he would do to Q Bob's arsenal?
I'm glad you said Arsenal.
Yep.
True. What he would create with Bob's arsenal would be That's just sounded awful. But you know what I meant.
So, highlights on my list. I've got a reactor guard, which is a power armor that it makes me immune to radiation.
Nice.
And then there's a rad cannon
Nice.
on my list. A big upgraded rail cannon. A cluster grenade launcher.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually see if he
Improved riot shield.
I'm gonna see if he comments anything. Let's give him a reroll here. Okay. He looks at the list and he goes, "Why such interest in radiation shielding? Did you hear about what happened at the reactor?"
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Yes.
He starts patting himself like really stressfully.
No.
Oh no, Flat Effect is finally going to help us.
Yeah. He starts like patting himself with like his hanky. Just suddenly started sweating all over again, and he goes, "Terrible business, wouldn't you say?" He just nods at you, weird as if knowing full well that you don't know. But yeah, and that's where we end the session.
Oh dear.
Oh no. He's
so glad I
got
found out that
it, fucking
important.
got it, hasn't he?
Oh dear. The instincts you had would be if Urgalas had came and got the egg, Daza would have blew up.
Okay, yeah.
So
Okay,
the fact that it hasn't.
They procure it anyway.
So yeah, that's But yeah, that's why I was like, will he comment? Will he not comment? I feel he's gonna comment. So yeah. Yeah. So obviously, ideally have all your shopping lists updated, and I would say that everybody, from a fairness point of view, gets a 2 mil budget, but obviously if you've not spent that, then feel free to send money to the Weird has overspent his budget pile.
I can't really figure out of anything else other than the gun that I just bought to shoot Tibagish.
That's right.
Yeah,
There's a lot on my list I can trim out as well.
It's about 400 I've got
a lot unnecessary.
It's about 1.6 million I spent on my equipment. So
as I said, if you can find another source of revenue to give Qbob, like you can definitely up the budget you have available to like get gear with. It's just that's pretty much what the just taking out 12 missiles from the Viscarium was.
My list is actually in the shopping list, but a game manager.
As long as it's highlighted somewhere.
I just replaced the old one. It's just in the orange Zora section.
Cool.
Second Zora section because there's two apparently.
Oh no, I just replaced my one at the top of the list.
Okay. Cool. So. As long as I know what it is, that's the main thing. Like I was saying, if you just put yours in there at some point as well, that'd be.
I will do.
Perfect.
I will need to look through some stuff.
No worries. We can do all that admin stuff, obviously, off stream. Besides that, because I don't really want to spend any time on it like next week because we're heading into the dreaded winter scheduling period of time. So any actual game
I was about to say that I don't know that I'll be available next week.
It's okay. We'll deal with scheduling later anyway, off stream.
Yes.
Name of the session. What are we calling this one? I had one I wrote down earlier because I thought it sounded awesome. But
I don't really have any ideas this time. It's unusual.
yes. Especially the kill zone. But no. What yourself, Zora?
Space is a beige triangle.
Sure.
Name is a round square.
What else happened? So we had like we're discovering the Book of the Doctors. We had obviously the trip to Akaton and then the building of
that
the.
Sounds a bit Hoovian for my liking.
Yeah, we had the completion of at least 2 working null space chambers that are multi-destinational, which is good.
I haven't quite done mine. But,
well, we're not on gold yet. We're trying to name the session first. Once we get the name done, we'll be good.
Nah.
Okay.
It's just that. I don't know. It's the last one. Demolished talkish.
I know who Zig's
I
typing.
even post that. I didn't even do that, to be honest. I don't even know where I typed that in. We'll do that there.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Okay, yeah.
Where did I post that?
Yeah, general.
Elsewhere.
I seen Lionel Richie somewhere.
It was
No, you
generally
didn't.
not safe for work.
So I
That's what
thought,
you put it.
it's not Lionel Richie.
Oh, would like right Lionel Richie, right? I'm sorry. Right, fucking sue me. There's a lot of Lionel in there. That's what it would be being really bad. I'm just going to shut up.
Just any
Yeah.
black man looks like Lionel Richie.
I'm going to shut up.
Wow. Dimensional dinner dates isn't terrible either. Yeah, it's not terrible either. I like the alliteration.
Also, it's an excellent video. You should watch it.
Hydra buddies, yeah. Hydra buddies.
Hydrobides.
Hydra buddies, yeah.
Hydrobides.
Yeah. Yeah, like I'm not coming up with anything else. I think that's the list we got there. I also like culture-bound delusion was mentioned earlier, and that's a good
Yeah,
phrase.
that works.
Yeah, I got a phone about my references.
Yep. I'll repaste that one just for the capitals.
Das cap. No,
Actually, just when I changed them all to capital D's for some reason, and I don't know why I did that. Just habit. Radioactive. Okay.
It's probably not relevant. It'll be more relevant later. But I never like.
What about that? Is that too terrible?
Not quite.
yes.
Disaster.
It's too punchliney.
I know it is very punchline.
disaster. Yeah.
That might be next session. Okay. Well, we have one vote so far. So we're doing
That's
well.
why I don't really like radioactive. Radioactive. It's just too telling.
If it has blown up, that could be our suggestion for next
Yeah.
session. Bustin makes me feel.
Well, I guess with a grand total of one vote, culture-bound delusion wins.
Yeah, I'll give it there. I'll also give this.
I mean, thank you.
It's weary.
Shrug.
It's having a culture-bound delusion.
If somebody at some point can also update the monthly money tracker, so we don't like get too far behind on tracking
I think it's me
limitations
next.
of that.
It's
It's just because there's a tab for it. That's all. I just mean like if we update that, it means we've all got access to the who did what instead of having to scroll back through the Discord. Right, we've done that. So it's culture-bound delusion, and it's got so many votes now. It's unbelievable. I appreciate Zig you giving us terrible business as an option too. Thank you very much, buddy. Right, goals. So you have not had a personal hand in the death of the wish yet, but you are gearing up for it. Okay. Lyco, yours is to consensually.
I have almost done my goal. I have brought her to the planet of my goal and mentioned that we should do my goal.
Do you have another goal in mind? Because I don't mind you. There is very little that will stop that happening. Put it that way. Next week. So.
I don't have anything immediately in mind. We'll maybe see what springs forward from that.
Sure. Yep. Cool. Weird. You have not yet found Alice.
Nope.
Are you keeping that goal?
Yep.
Cool.
I managed to avoid a conversation about Alice, so that was kind of
Skillfully left the room, metaphorically speaking.
I mean, it's the right person to dodge it against. I don't want to get in that conversation either. It's weird. It's yeah.
Okay.
No pun intended.
So, other goals, general goals, any of them happen? I feel like a couple of them might have.
Trade H-tops to Cuba, got that one done.
Yep.
H-torps.
Create multi-destinational. We've got 2. Oh my god,
Yep.
we've done a triple goal of the day, boys. Triple
call
goal.
They call it a tri-goal.
A hat
Oh,
trick.
that really
one
hard.
might say.
Oh god, that was sore.
Right, so
Got a
somebody
hat
move them over.
Imagine
said
being
roll
Gilbert Gottfried and
above.
you have to
Oh,
speak like
God.
that all the time. Fucking hell.
I suppose though, if it's how he's default, he's fine.
We'll shift down.
I think they shifted down everything though.
Oh.
If you could undo that, that'd be great.
Oh jeez.
It still feels like there's. Did you just delete that one cell? You didn't delete the row?
Nah, Control Z.
Okay, that's weird. Maybe you didn't then, because there's still these 2.
I'll Control Z again if you want. But I don't
No,
know
it's
what that
okay.
would do.
No, it's fine.
Nah, I
carry
Control
on.
Z
It
again.
just means. I was gonna say, it just means these exist for no reason.
Nah, but it did shift in there again, didn't it? It did add another row in there again. It did. Why is shift down not working anymore?
No, it didn't add another row. It's just it adds a correct row above that. Like there's meant to be a black line above your title, but there's not meant to be 2, and that one's not meant to be there. So I'll deal with that. You deal with the rest. There we go.
Insert cell shift down.
that's-
Insert cell shift down there.
Yeah, there we go. I've deleted the other cells. It served no purpose.
A sling Lycos or now, or just leave it there now?
I think
Leave
it's
it for the time being. Or you can. Do you want to fire it over and we'll get a new one next time? Or I'm happy either way.
as I say, if you
We'll
can
just
get
sling it in, right, so we can remember that it's pretty much done anyway. I mean, no, we don't need remembering, right?
Aye. I get what you mean.
I will come with a goal in mind next time.
Ideally,
I'll
you could let me
probably
know
not,
during the
but I'll
week.
try to.
Ideally,
Yeah, I will try to. I will endeavour maximize my knowing of what the
Goals.
fuck I'm doing.
yes. And remember, these are still now kind of treated a bit like story points. So, oh, did you just delete one?
I don't.
Let me undo. Oh, apparently that was me. Just by clicking in boxes and moving up. So yeah. Remember they work a bit like story points now, since there's no obviously new levels to attain. But it has to be something contextually relevant that you can justify. So yeah. Like an example of that would be something like, oh, because Lyko has clarified Chakos' situation, maybe he could justify having got something from the Steward HQ because he spent loads of time there, right? You see what I mean? Like, because you did something relevant to that location, perhaps you can then have achieved something in addition sneakily by spending that, in lieu of XP. So, yeah. But besides that, what new general goals are we going to pop in? Because we got some blank spaces here now. Right, so we're going to have new equipment next week.
Nice to meet
Right,
you.
already. That'll already be done magically.
Yep.
By every day during the week, of course. And then we've got obviously Lyko kind of not wrapping up stuff on Versus, but he's able to at least push for the DNA results and stuff, and obviously might learn more about Shakos next week. Yep. But then, like, obviously Sindel hasn't really said anything in the 2 days either. Like, he's kept to himself for the most part for those 2 days of travel, so there was very little interaction there. But is the next plan to hand over Query? Or is it to go get Lyko?
Well, it might be a good idea from, well, as if Finida will accept, I'm sure she will, she's cool. Probably to take him to try access, because we probably need to meet up with Finida, period. She's the only person with access to the leg, the last egg, maybe.
Yep.
So, and that might mean she's potentially a target, so we might need to keep her close by, because potentially a target.
Yep. Just need to be wary about what you do with her in orbit of Traxxas, given her rep there as well.
It's quite frankly very convenient that you called Finida in that regard, because we don't maybe need to come and get you.
Yep. Wow, it's just like, treat a girl to dinner, let her pay, she'll take your ice cream though, get you drunk, you take her blood for some tests, and then you ask her for a lift. It's good.
Oh, yeah, it's efficient. You know?
It is, yeah, no, it's good. But it does mean that you can probably get back to like the gang relatively easily. It's the nice thing about having multiple spaceships at your disposals. So yeah, what is the plan? Is it a...
It has to hand over query most likely next.
Okay, so you're going to do that because that's obviously a goal on the thing anyway. In theory, that means I'm always going to give you a bioweapon that's going to be able to hurt the Elibrian and or kill the Elibrian.
Set plan with.
Nice.
Like, I guess that set up plan with a bioweapon, like, because.
How about just enact
I don't-
plan with bioweapon? There you go. Execute plan with bioweapon. It sounds like you're killing the plan with the weapon, maybe not. Yeah, so everybody happy with that? Enact plan with the bioweapon? That does mean you need to come up with a specific plan, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the time
Yep.
being, at least, unless we have something else that changes that, like maybe the information that we'll get about what's going on with Thingy, what's going on with Daza might change
Yeah.
our thinking. But for the time being, yeah.
We got one more general goal if you want it. What he's thinking?
Come up with plan B if bioweapon fails.
Well, wasn't plan B... Technically it was plan A for a while, but wasn't it just like lure Legolas somewhere and then literally throw everything at it? But that might involve looping in everyone, so could it be loop in...
It may still be necessary, like the bioweapon.
Well, what about this then? Loop in all components in plan B. Because that would involve getting as many people as possible signed on to shooting this one location when we say shoot, or whatever.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Because that was kind of your plan A originally.
Many allies at the plan B, basically.
Yeah, sure. Because that does involve like telling the Viscarium, by the way, we're going to summon him here if you all want to just point your guns this way.
I'm probably going to shoot them, I guess, and then just do that myself.
Yeah, but what to do is say, okay, plan B is fire at this spot in 5 seconds when he appears, and while everybody's pointing their guns that way, then you point your gun at the back of Demogesh's head, right? And everybody turns around and goes, oh, he died. Because I killed him.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no. He's dead. Whatever we would do. It's my plan anyway, get to work.
Yep. So yeah, that sounds good to me. Right. Beyond that, wrap up chat time then. Also, I wish that was going to be the tracker.
What tracker? Where?
The monthly monies one on the first tab. Just
right. Yeah.
those additions are yeah. I liked your suspiciously clicking back to the tab movements there. Oh dear. Anyway, wrap up chat time. Lyko, do you want to start us off, please?
Who? What?
Lyko, please.
Me?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I occasionally let you go first just because I usually leave you to the last.
Yeah. Hi.
You can last if you want.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm just taken aback a little.
Yeah.
Also, I genuinely didn't hear you when you first said it at first, so I had no idea. Yeah, it's an interesting one. The ending. Obviously not a huge shock. Like, that's clearly been something that has been a potential thing that could happen. But, you know, we wanted to not happen. But now it has.
But it wasn't.
But yeah, that's a bit of a... But of course, we're assuming it's what we expect it to be. It may actually be a little different than that, or probably it won't, but it could be.
I think it's Mava, personally. I think she's went and picked up anyway.
It's gone rogue. No, it could be any number of things, but I'm assuming it is what it appears to be. But anyway, yeah. So I liked getting to do like a bit of the sort of wine and dine and kind of. It's interesting trying to kind of trying to get a read on someone who has a much, much better read than you because they literally hear your thoughts.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. It's
So that was definitely interesting, and it was also just quite cool to get to do something that felt a bit like moving up in the world, like having a bit of pull.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
And also, like, I think there's we got into a little bit of a because the possibility that whatever I thought would just be heard anyway. I think Lyko was willing to open up a little bit in the way that he's sometimes not.
Mm-hmm.
By
Yeah,
sort of
I'll be honest. It did feel like the most exposed Lyko's ever been with another person. Like, at least on camera, if that makes sense for us in the game. Like, I don't think you've ever been that. I wouldn't even necessarily say vulnerable is the right word, but like honest about your fears.
I think that's the first he's ever acknowledged that not only does he know he is changing, but that he's concerned about what he's changing into. I don't know that Lyko has ever spoken about that before.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely new ground for him. Because yeah, he is like he's inexplicably got holograms and cloaking fields that may or may not be technology. No, right? He's like he just can do things, and there's not a clear reason why. That's got to be fucking weird.
Sorry, I feel you.
And so yeah, like there's definitely there's concern there. Like there's a what am I becoming exactly?
And is there a stopping point? I suppose, right? Like, is it gonna keep evolving, or is it gonna naturally like stop at some point?
But as I say, also with that, there's like not only like what am I becoming, but like and like obviously because as you level up, you get stronger, and that's part of like just the mechanics of the game. But there's also an aspect where it's like, but like, how powerful am I going to become? Am I actually going to be one of these scary boss people myself? You know, is Lyko? You know, because if I had like but if I had all of my upgrades increased by +5, increased to the highest mark, it'd be +5. I'd have +6 against mind affecting effects. Right, like some of my like bonuses, like I'd just be like, no, I don't get that effect on me, thank you. Like some of my stats would become pretty improbable. It's definitely like, and that's just sticking to the one set of upgrades. Like I am only going for necrographs because I decided thematically early on that the necrographs represented the growth, and therefore I'm not going to change course now and go, oh, actually, I'd like to get cybernetics. Like I am limiting myself very strictly to necrographs, and even still, I'm quite powerful.
Yeah.
And add better gear on top of that, and yeah, like you get to a stage where like Lyko would be insanely hard to hit, even if you know where he is, and a lot of the time you just won't. Yeah, so it's an interesting thing where it's like he's not going to become able to like, if you know, vaporize people with his mind or anything, but he is nonetheless becoming quite powerful. Like if you just suddenly find yourself able to go invisible, that's something, right?
And
that
always
might not
be
seem like that
armed,
much
do you know what I mean?
in this world, in this setting where people are walking around like the Elibrian, but yeah, like it is something. It is. I mean,
yeah, but to be fair, the
it's a
Librian's
kind of-
a bit like Superman versus the Bonesages being the dead Kryptonites, right? Like,
yeah, but like
Kryptonian sword.
I'm definitely in that position where it's like because of the setting, my character doesn't feel super powerful. But if you like the invisibility for I think it's up to like 10 minutes,
Yeah.
like, that alone in real life, that's the sort of what if you had godlike power fantasy, right? So yeah, it's
even
very,
your I cast
it's
solve crime type thing is like an impressive ability nonetheless.
Yeah.
Right? From a game mechanic, like it's the ability to just go, I just look at the evidence and go, what happened? Done. It's like it's nice. It's powerful. It like leans into the character thematic. As obviously we discussed way back long ago about the if you just spend money, we can just say you grow parts that are the necrographs, because it's a cooler way to interact. Since you're the only one in the game using that side of the book, it was more interesting. I'm glad you went for that thematically, because I do think it's leaned better into my Barai experiment storyline.
Yeah.
Which has been nice. It's good. Very good. Yeah. It was interesting because there was a lot of things you asked Ida that I was actually like, I don't know what she'd say to this, because I was trying to like parse in what she knew already and what she'd be able to skim from you. And obviously what that banker knew. Been like, okay, so I'm trying to parse in as much as what she knew. To try and answer these
I
questions.
suppose maybe some of my questions weren't necessarily the ones you expected me to ask, because I didn't just want to ask the stuff that
That's okay though.
immediately relevant to the current situation.
You know me, like I don't like to script dialogue, as you know, so it was generally best to have these types of questions asked. That's why I took a wee bit of time with her, trying to give you the answers back. But like, I think what I liked about that most is it kind of gives you a good snapshot of where she sees herself currently, I think, as well, which is something we don't often get to see. NPCs can sometimes feel a bit caricaturesque sometimes, and it was nice having her be able to be like, I'm kind of like what he did, you know, with her parallels to the Librian, but like how she decided to just adapt.
And it definitely, what she mentioned was interesting, that sort of brings... it brings back the sort of key point of like, we really don't know the motives of the Bone Sages.
Nope.
We should be warier of them than we sometimes are, because they've been helpful to us, and we tend to not want to look a gift horse in the mouth. But cast your minds back to the people who were in receipt of the gift horse, and you'll actually find that didn't work out for them.
Yeah. Especially an undead gift horse in this particular example.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the undead gift horse is probably me in this sort of metaphor, but
yeah, it's interesting. It definitely is interesting. I think it's definitely an area of suspicion that has been overlooked quite drastically for the sake of they're helping every other fire at the moment be put out, so we're gonna ignore their own. Yeah.
It's like, think of it like the plot of Call of Duty 2, where the insane Scottish captain decides that the only way to stop the ultra-nationalists starting a war is to just nuke places.
I feel like, do we spoiler alert that, or is that past it?
This is like 12 years ago, right? We do a spoiler alert. Or maybe not quite 12, but close. But it's like, you know, the only way to set out a fire is to set off a nuke. I mean, to set a bigger fire, right? You can't put out fires. That's just not an option in Call of Duty.
Yeah. Also, Nico, you were like super quiet when you said that.
Anyway, my point being, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 was a masterpiece of storytelling.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad that was...
It wasn't. It was pretty bad. Anyway, not a bad game though. I didn't mind it. It was okay. It was like a...
But this
if I had
game's
to give it a
wrap-up chat.
numerical score, and I don't, I would give it like a 6.5.
Okay. So anything else about this game?
That's a good question.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
I liked getting to hear the weirdo again, and also like I liked that weird just walked directly past the topic without looking at it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. That's kind of weird style, it seems. Speaking of weird.
Yeah, it'll be interesting when we get to a different game. I'll play a different character who gets into the nitty gritty personality nonsense of actually talking to humans and other sentient beings.
Yeah.
In anything beyond perfunctory necessity.
Yeah, like definitely don't feel like I need to ban droids from you, because droids are so quirky and full of personality in particular settings. So
yep.
Yeah.
But I'm happy with my next one.
Yeah.
It's a change up. To be fair, androids don't even need to be that. But
yeah.
I
mean, quite likely, like
weird at that.
It's nice having weird as what people might assume like a kind of like, I don't want to use the term basic, but you get what I mean by that, android would be, or like a stereotypical one maybe. But you've had examples like Article 1 and like Query and Alice, right? As other androids in this game, who are very different to Weird.
I actually think a lot of it, oddly, is because Weird is somewhat religious, in a very androidian sense.
And Android was the. That's a bad joke,
That's interesting because like you're probably the only religious person in the group, because I don't remember if Zig actually held any faith other than belief in the sun. You might have, but yeah.
I kind of think that if he wasn't an android who was also good at engineering, a lot of his behaviors would fit well in with like being a monk who just doesn't care about kind of worldly matters.
Yeah. Kind of like having rejected like materialism and such, but obviously because you directly interact with materialism and as Weird, because you can manipulate it in a way for like, you know, your own curiosities and such. Yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting character like study, if you will. So yeah.
Also, from the Temple Pilgrim background, he has a lot of respect for cultures, but slightly is a bit of a, you know, looking at it from a distance. Matter. Again,
it's a sideways look at the news.
Yeah. Good session title as well.
Can also actually, you just sort of put me in mind of something there with the mention of Zig. It is interesting because Zig's faith, and I'm not saying this just to dump on Callum, sorry. There was like a childishness about it, like maybe even not even childishness as so much as like a. It reminded me also almost of like a sort of pagan belief, where it was just like, oh, it's just obvious the sun's God. Clearly, I mean, the sun is God, and that was his belief system. It was like there was no organized religion. He went to a monastery, he went to but it's like, what did he believe? The sun's God. That's it. It's just like, what moral lessons do you draw from this? The sun.
I feel like that's definitely how Zig might have put it across. Yes.
That's Zig's version of it. Yeah.
In chat, confirmed.
It read very much of just like, oh yeah, it's just a. It's just a fact of the universe rather than this is my faith and here are the acts that I do to show my devotion. It's like, oh no, just like well clearly Apollo, there is something quite pagan about it that I thought was quite interesting. As opposed to sort of more Eastern sort of. I hate to use Eastern and that sort of generalized.
But if you scrape away the parts of Zig,
I might as well see. I might still see it Oriental, right?
No. But, so as I was saying, if you scrape away the parts of Zig that were a bit quirky and Callum-like in nature, like ultimately, like Zig was pretty matter of fact about things. Realistically, like he kind of knew what needed to be done, and then obviously the elements that Callum brought to the character, the kind of second guessing, the doubt in his superiors and his like father figures, if you will, and mother figures in the world. When you scrape away that, like Zig kind of did just do what he needed to do at the end of the day. So there is a lot of like, you know, things are what they are elements to his character, which was good.
We got along on that, I think.
Yeah, that was quite obvious quite early on, in fact, in the game when we had like the Zix pairing. It was good, definitely good. But obviously, you kind of went your separate ways. Interestingly, like almost like the Alice events kind of divided both of you a little. And then because of that, you went totally different paths. Because of what's happening. It was good, definitely really good. Anything else weird?
What else? It was good to get some of the null space chamber working.
Yeah.
I always like the feeling that Lyco isn't as a side noir adventure. Whilst me and the captain are back there chatting awkwardly in the cafeteria.
Yeah.
And then it cuts to Lyco and there's, he's in Casablanca in a black and white film.
Every character came with their own genre for this TV show. Yeah.
It's very Into the Spider-Verse, isn't it? He is noir crew member.
Yep.
Who just is always in black and white.
It's like the idea that
That
Michael
is,
walks
it's
into a scene.
somewhat by design, so I'm glad. I'm
It's
Yeah,
glad.
like-
it's wonderful, but yeah, it's
Like
the
Lyco walks into
different
the scene and
genres.
people say, "Wait, did it ever just go black and white in here?" Like, when they comment on
Whereas-
what would be like the narrative medium to deliver film noir to people. Yeah.
And
Good.
then Weird's over there doing the hard sci-fi
Mhm,
stuff,
mhm.
battle mech
Yeah.
genre. And what genre is the captain in?
I think he's running, screaming away from the title genre, trying to chase him, getting that answer down because yeah.
Well, the closest I can get to is kind of military courtroom drama. That hasn't really existed since the 80s.
I mean, to be fair, yeah.
Of shouting at superiors. That
There is definitely a genre there, and I think it's it's I would call it more like kind of corporate. I feel like Zora is in a very corporate setting. Only it's
reluctant espionage.
yeah, like because there is power creep by filling the shoes of the former wearer, right? Elements to like Zora's storyline. You're kind of being like utilized by two bosses that you have. There's a lot of like intrigue, backstabbing, like yeah, I don't know. It's maybe more like a Bond movie with less noir elements. Like obviously, Lyko got all the noir parts of it.
Yeah. But given his tendency to also not want to be involved in it, a lot of the time it's like Bond by the way of Office Space.
Yeah. I'd watch that. That'd be really interesting.
The reluctant spy.
Yeah.
I do love and respect your decision to create a character who has absolutely no inclination towards the things that it is he does.
Yeah.
It's an interesting choice,
It's
and
like
I respect that.
you've built Zora and went, why did I make you? Yeah.
It's
good.
it's a strongly relatable character.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, no, I
That's
look
good.
forward to seeing everyone actually take on different roles in the other game that we move on to, except for Colin, who will be some sort of spooky necromancer in all forms.
I mean, I listen. I'm playing a dwarven cleric druid in my other game at the moment. I play against Nate sometimes.
Grave cleric
fair,
and
okay.
spore druid.
Me
Yes.
in every game.
Grave cleric. Yep.
Oh, sorry, Nico.
I'm just me in every game as well.
Yeah.
Every game.
I'm looking forward to
Various
seeing.
forms of me.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the suit you put on for that though. The Zora suit has been quite entertaining, needless to say.
Well, yeah.
I don't think
We're
you
all
think,
just slightly different forms of ourselves.
Yeah.
So I will hopefully go to the other extreme end of myself.
I really don't
the-
like to say that about myself though when you're GMing and
I'm
you've got people
finally-
like
Yeah.
Bob. Oh god.
I'm finally not going to be a dum dum. Like
Mhm.
I had a short spree of not being a dum dum, but I played him as an absolute dum dum in Genesis. But like,
Well, I'm going down the charisma end for my next character, which will be a change of pace. But yeah, this was as much. But I do enjoy taking part in the conversations as an uncharismatic character. Who just
yeah.
offers nothing
It
and
was
just walks out the room when conversations get difficult.
to be fair though, we did have one of the best two NPCs having or two characters having a go at each other conversations in this game, and that was
True.
weirdly cathartic.
He can be astoundingly bitchy for someone with like completely flat delivery.
Thank you.
Because it was Thanaiden, obviously.
It was.
And it was, oh man, that was so good. Like the argument in the shuttle that he's had on Daza was
Yes.
thoroughly
Yeah.
enjoyable. Like just because of how heated it, like the tones to it were. It's good.
Especially with Zig in amongst that whole dynamic and that feeling of parents going through a divorce.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
5 that we managed to work through.
Yeah. No. Like I totally didn't even realize it would have probably maybe kind of like conveyed that way to Zig. Him as
Yeah.
well. Yeah. Especially like how weirdly maternal Thanaida is towards him.
And
obviously.
we found common ground eventually.
No, it's been really good. As I said, like as I mentioned earlier, actually, like Snyder definitely has like no attempt to hide it. Complete respect for this group because of what you were willing to do. Like you specifically as well. Like given your animosity, like you were willing to do all that for me after what I put you through. Huh. given that she's woke
Yes.
up in a world with like no allies, and at that point the only thing she had in her brain was an investment banker's morals,
Yeah.
mixing with her own. So yeah, the idea that it's like, what are you just getting out of this? So yeah, there's a reason why she's like pretty happy to help you guys at anything she can, because you're kind
I'm
of
glad
her
I
only
can-
friends.
And I can leave her in charge of my business.
Yeah,
Great.
exactly. It's good.
Just
It's good.
occasional confirmations of life, you know.
Yeah.
Not even proof of life. Just like, he's alive? Yeah. Oh yeah.
Weird as that kid that goes off to university and forgets to respond to his parents all semester.
Especially
fine.
just it was the finished like nature of your like, this is my last will and testament that you sent her, that she was like, should I be worried about this? This is like, obviously, because I imagine you write flat effect as well as
Yes.
exist it. So reading it going,
It's written as a technical report.
That's
Yeah,
good.
from anyone else, they'd be worried that it's some sort of suicide note. But from
Yeah.
Weird, it's like, well, this makes sense.
Yeah, this could just be an average text. Yeah, it's good, really good. Interesting to see. I wonder if we ever get a psychologist to go and like look at the character arcs that some of these characters have taken. It'd be interesting to hear their opinions, I think. But
I'll pass that up to my therapist.
yeah. Just give them the YouTube link and say, have at it.
Yep.
We'll look forward to the book you write. It's probably called, what was it, System-Wide Shared Psychosis.
Culture-bound delusion.
Yeah, Culture-Bound
As
Delusion,
well.
that was it, yep. Zora.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. It was nice being Hydro buddies.
Yeah, Hydro Buddies.
Yeah, Hydro buddies.
Hashtag Hydro Buddies.
I assume you're including
There's an-
CC in that, yeah.
He is our little buddy.
Yep.
Yes, he's a little guy.
CC is just my buddy. Period.
He's definitely not just completely duckling style, just imprinted on you at all.
Yeah. I lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
I lost it.
Hydro
Thinking about
Buddies was
CC.
cool, yeah.
The Hydro buddies is cool. Fuck.
CC
Brain's
really
went
did just
blank,
like delete all of that.
Yeah, CC just totally deleted my fucking brain.
Too adorable,
Entirely.
must delete. Okay.
Yeah, I did like Weird's absolute side swerve on the Alice situation, and I appreciate this, to be honest. Like, because I don't know why I talk about it as well. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's yeah. Yeah, and it was kind of cool bringing up the moat for the very first time, in like words. That was hilarious because I forget about it all the fucking time. To be honest with you, like I forget it's actually supposed to be a thing.
Yeah, I know. Like visually, if we were ever getting like art done of Zora, like we would have somebody make sure that either the armor was on your body or the doodle of the moat over your shoulder was there. But it might take a revisit to the art. I'm not gonna lie, I might forget it first time round. Like, oh yeah, aren't you supposed to have that moat? That like it just means that all Solarians have a tail, which I find weird, right? Yeah. I suppose it's like a gunslinger wearing, or like a sheriff wearing his badge or something, though. Same type of vibe, right?
Yeah.
There's a tail, but that's good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lyco Noir was always fun. Lyco Noir, always good. Always good. He's now got the dinner scene in like the movie. Like
Better than the
there's always a
sheriff.
dinner scene.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Better keep your gun close, I suppose. Over the shower scene. That's when you always get ambushed, right? That's what always happens. Like, you gotta get on that towel and like fucking roll about in the dark with your gun.
Oh dear. Yeah. Just going through the noir checklist, I guess, as we go through the game.
Going through the motion.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was good.
Bingo.
Good fun.
Yeah. Obviously, your favorite character, Bob.
Oh,
Everyone's
I was trying to
favorite
skip
character,
him, man. I was trying to skip him, to be honest with you. I forgot I spoke to him. It was disgusting. Yeah. And yeah, they kind of, I don't know who took the egg, but I mean, I'm kind of assuming it was maybe Matt for just decided to go grab it anyway. I don't know for what reason, but maybe.
Very
Yeah.
optimistic.
Yeah.
It's not optimism. I don't trust Mav. I trust Mav about as far as I can throw her. Like, I don't really consider her like an ally of necessity, kind of, at this point. Like,
Mm-hmm.
she's
fair.
definitely in it for herself.
The bare necessities.
It's probably just best not having her as an
Yeah,
enemy
necessities.
specifically at the moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Whereas I think what else happened that was worthy of note there as well, like from Zora's perspective, like you helped Weird achieve like multi-destinational null space chambers, right? That was pretty good. Your wormholes came in handy.
Yes.
Like definitely a useful upgrade for the crew. Like Weird, I'm assuming like are you and the captain wearing them now? Is that what's happened, or is that not happening yet?
I haven't actually. I was trying to get them all connected together, so I probably haven't actually issued them out yet.
Okay, that's fine. Just so I can keep track in my head what nonsense is going on.
Yeah. I'll prioritize them next. Getting more connected in the next jump.
Yeah, and remind me next time as well. Just take a mental note or a physical note somewhere that like you will hear back from like the Junkrats while you're on Akaton. I just didn't have time to do it tonight, based on our runtime, as it were. So yeah, I'll definitely make sure that they got back to your, because I know I hadn't replied to your message yet from them, but they'll definitely get back to you then regarding CC's order for a whole bunch of
the Guardian CC's order.
So keep in mind though that jump drives won't be free. That's just something to keep in mind as well. So something to factor in.
Nothing's free.
No.
Nothing is free.
But-
Especially in the Starfinder universe.
Oh god,
It's actually quite
definitely
expensive.
It's very expensive. That jump between 19 and 20 was stupid. Like, just
Yeah, all my gear's 19. I'm not even
Yeah.
bothered on the
It's like, did you want to just pay triple?
They're not necessarily better as
No,
well,
they're not.
actually.
Yeah.
Like, there's a couple of like 19s that I was looking at, and I was like, why would I ever choose that 20?
Mhm.
Because it's like just like averagely worse and like in the high end worse. It's like just completely worse. Like,
Like, I think there's an argument to say that the average damage you'll do is like more consistent, but I don't even know if that's necessarily like the
maybe it's
case with a
damage
lot of them.
type.
Mhm.
Maybe it's damage type. Maybe like it's like
Yeah, like factors in resistances.
Yeah.
Could be, who knows? That's a massive like conversation unto itself. Anything else from your
No.
Rapid chat? Perfect, thank you. Well, thank you all for playing. It was lovely to have a little brief visit from Callum and or Zig as well, which was good.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, thank you everybody that watched as well. Thank you everybody for the donations and bits and such and whatnot, and hopefully we will be back soon.
Thank you, America.
And thank you, America. We might not be on
It was
next
nice
week.
knowing you.
Yeah. We might not be on next week, but we'll be back when we can, I guess. So goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, Doc.